Okay. So I'm now just waiting for
a quick opening. So we're waiting for a quick opening, and then we start.
Okay. And then you tell me when to start. I will introduce myself, or you introduce me.
I introduce you briefly, but you can also say any few words about yourself. Okay.
No, we're good then. Thank you so much.
Sure. We come.
So I now have a second screen, which allows me to see what you're seeing as well. So that's
okay. Sure. Okay.
C'est bon.
No.
Mohamed, on va.
Ok.
Commence dans quelques minutes. C'est bon pour toi?
Oh, c'est bon. Ok.
Okay. Is that? Thank you. Hein? Ahmed? Non, je m'intèche l'écho. Je m'intèche l'écho là. Attends. Good morning, dear participants, to this international conference organized within the confine of Dakhla International Education Forum in ONCG, in partnership with ONCG Casablanca, AI Institute of France, and Temkin Foundation and MC from Morocco. I have the pleasure to say a few words about this second conference, and then I will turn the floor over to Professor Kabash to open the conference. Please, Dr. Kabash.
Je suis obligé de parler en français, vous m'excusez. Donc, Monsieur le Conseil général, les représentants des universités, que ce soit nationales ou internationales, pour cette conférence d'aujourd'hui, qui est la deuxième organisée au niveau de l'ONCG Casablanca, je tiens tout d'abord à vous dire que hier, j'étais invité à une autre conférence qui est portée sur la journée nationale de l'industrie, qui était organisée entre la CGM, la Confédération générale des entreprises marocaines, et le ministère de l'Industrie et du Commerce. Et lors de cette conférence, j'étais en quelque sorte intrigué, ou en quelque sorte imprégné par le fait que les différents intervenants, que ce soit des ministres ou encore des professionnels, ont soulevé la nécessité de considérer parmi les leviers de développement de l'industrie au Maroc, ils ont cité l'intelligence artificielle. Donc, cela veut dire que, en tant qu'institution, en tant qu'établissement d'enseignement supérieur, on est interpellé à deux niveaux. On est interpellé tout d'abord en tant qu'institution, en tant qu'NCG, en tant qu'établissement d'enseignement supérieur, parce qu'on doit développer, on doit suivre, on doit protéger. C'est très important, je dis bien on doit protéger. Et j'ai posé la question tout à l'heure avec les collègues. Comment, par exemple, cette année, on peut protéger les PFE? Ça, c'est une question qui se pose à tout le monde, les projets de fin d'études. C'est un travail qui durera 6 mois et dont l'étudiant aujourd'hui, il utilise l'outil qui est le plus facile, qui est le chat GPT, qui relève principalement de l'intelligence artificielle. Donc, comment protéger, bien sûr, la production scientifique de nos étudiants? La deuxième interpellation, qui est d'ordre général, c'est comment nous, en tant que communauté scientifique, on peut participer à cette réflexion générale sur l'impact, en quelque sorte, de l'intelligence artificielle sur l'économie, sur l'industrie, sur le commerce, etc. Cela veut dire que, en perspective, on peut prévoir un troisième thème sur l'intelligence artificielle, c'est l'intelligence artificielle comme levier de développement économique ou de développement industriel, et par la suite, pourquoi ne pas aller vers d'autres secteurs commerciaux, services, etc. Donc, cela veut dire que, d'une manière générale, l'intelligence artificielle est une partie prenante aujourd'hui de notre vie. Tout le monde doit y réfléchir, que ce soit le monde socio-professionnel ou le monde universitaire. Tout le monde doit s'associer pour réfléchir en commun sur le développement et sur la manière de faire ou de rendre positif cette intelligence artificielle. Donc, je suis fier que notre école, l'ENCG Casablanca, abrite ce type de débat sur l'intelligence artificielle. On est prêt à suivre cette dynamique de façon non conditionnelle et je vous souhaite bien sûr une bonne journée de réflexion autour de cette thématique très importante. Merci.
Let me turn the floor now to Professor Mohamed Saidi for this opening session. And then, please, Professor Said.
Thank you, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to
Turn your mic is off.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Turn back on.
Can you hear me?
It's off. C'est Saidi. Le microphone d'Yelk.
Now?
Ton microphone n'est pas.
Can you hear me now?
I hear you fine, by the way. Hopefully, I don't have the same problem.
Yeah.
So we don't have any problem here. I think. Can you hear me, Fritz?
Yes. Yeah. I hear you fine.
Let's go.
Go ahead, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kadiri. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and welcome to the International Conference on Regulating AI Challenges and Perspective, which is organized in the framework of International Dakhla Education Forum. It is an honor to be here today to open this important event and to speak with all you about the challenges and the opportunities of regulating artificial intelligence. As we all know, artificial intelligence is a rapidly growing field with the potential to transform every aspect of our lives. However, with this transformation comes the need for responsible and effective regulation to ensure that AI is used in a way that benefits society and a whole. As we continue to develop and deploy AI technologies, we are discovering new challenges and considerations that must be taken into account in the regulatory process. One such challenge is the issue of bias in AI. AI systems rely on data to make decisions, and if that data is biased, the system itself may become biased as well. This can have serious consequences for individuals and communities that are disproportionately affected by the bias. Another challenge is the issue of explainability in AI. Many AI systems are so complex that it can be difficult to understand how they arrive at their decisions. This can make it challenging to hold AI systems accountable for their actions and can lead to mistrust of AI among the general public. Despite these challenges, there are numerous perspectives on how to effectively regulate AI. Some argue for a regulatory approach that focuses on the development of standards and guidelines for the responsible use of AI. Others advocate for a more perspective approach that sets specific rules and requirements for AI development and deployment. Still, others argue for a more collaborative approach that engages stakeholders from across sectors to develop shared understanding of the challenges and opportunities of AI regulation. One key perspective on regulating AI is the importance of ethical considerations. As AI systems become more sophisticated and powerful, it is critical to ensure that they are developed and used in a way that aligns with ethical principles such as fairness, transparency, and accountability. This requires not only developing ethical guidelines for AI development and deployment, but also ensuring that these guidelines are implemented and enforced. Another important perspective is the role of government in regulating AI. While the private sector is driving much of the innovation in AI, it is ultimately the responsibility of governments to ensure that AI is used in a way that benefits society as a whole. This may require the development of new regulatory framework and the allocation of resources for AI regulation. Ultimately, regulating AI is a complex and multifaceted challenge that requires input from experts across sectors. This conference provides an important opportunity to bring together the experts convened today and to explore the challenges and perspective of regulating AI. By working together, we can ensure that AI is developed and deployed in a way that promotes the public good and that aligns with our shared ethical principles. So let's make this conference a success and take a step forward in building a responsible and sustainable future for AI. Once again, thanks for all the speakers in this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Saidi. I'm going to turn the floor to Professor Gofi for this introductory session. After that, I would like to turn the floor to Dr. Fritz Wasserman, please.
Thanks to all of you, and thank you for you being actually attending this conference from afar and here. Thank you to the NCG for welcoming us here in Casablanca. I'm really happy to be here and to be working on that big conference. And obviously, this subject is of high importance for the whole world. And what we're looking for with this specific conference is to open the debate to a wider range of perspective. So far, as you certainly know, it's most of the documents pertaining to artificial intelligence, and especially those that are trying to regulate artificial intelligence, have been issued by the Western world. And we think that such a conference might be a good way or a good start to actually rebalance the work on governance of artificial intelligence and regulation of artificial intelligence, giving voice to some people around there, and especially on the African continent, because we know that there is a big dynamic in AI on the African continent. And I feel, and we think, and especially with the Global AI Ethics Institute that I'm co-directing, we feel that there is a risk of Western hegemony over artificial intelligence regulations, and that hegemony must be broken by some other actors such as the African continent. So I'm really happy that we have this occasion to start something new and maybe to bring some new perspectives on what is acceptable, what is not acceptable, what is desirable and what is not in terms of the development of artificial intelligence. My feeling so far, our feeling, this is why we're here today, is that we really need to have, once again, this really wide range of perspective on the topic, right? Because everything that is related to regulation and AI governance must be contextualized. It must be rooted in the stakes and the interest, the values and the cultures of the people that are actually developing or that are marketing artificial intelligence, right? And I do think that big part of the world are totally outside of the discussion, totally outside of the debate, and we need those parts of the world to be back on the table. So I'm really grateful that you are here today. I'm really grateful to all the speakers that will bring their own insights on that, and I think that might be the very first step towards something bigger and maybe toward a bigger forum of discussion for all the actors that are involved in the regulation of artificial intelligence. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kofi. I'm going to take just a few minutes to say I have a different approach to regulation. Actually, I think, and I wrote some few, let's say, pages on regulation. Today, we're here together to talk about regulation and challenges. And that's regulating faces a lot of challenges. Do we do it? How fast could we do it? As fast as artificial intelligence and what comes with it is developing? I doubt that. On the other hand, putting responsibility on people who are using artificial intelligence, educating people on using it would be much better than trying to, and how many regulations could we enact, could we work on? These are the challenges, and what are the perspectives? This is what the conference is about. I'm going to turn the floor to our keynote speaker, thanking him for joining us in this international conference. Please. Dr. Fritz.
Good morning, everybody.
Yes.
Everybody can hear me well?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. I'm seeing that my slides are not shared yet. Maybe I'll wait for that to show up. And in the meantime, I very much endorse the discussion or the comments made that this should be a global discussion and not just a Western-oriented discussion. So I applaud that, but also make a number of comments in my presentation, what we found out we should be focusing on. So again, I'm looking at my, I'm not seeing my slides shared yet with the screen. I do not know if that's just me or not.
Probably they need to stop sharing the screen and to allow you to share your presentation.
Yeah. Okay. Let me share my screen again. Okay, great. Now we're on track. So when we're going to talk about regulation, I also would like to talk about accountability in the digital age. And why do we need to talk about accountability? Because accountability means taking ownership of the results which have been produced, which is different from responsibility. That just states who is responsible for what are the various roles. But accountability is about measuring the final results. And once you have that established, you can then turn to somebody if something goes wrong. In the case of, is something fair, is it not reliable, privacy, security, inclusiveness, or transparency. So accountability is the fundamental basis for our discussion. Otherwise, we might come up with a world which looks like this. And I do not think we want to live in a world where we are allowing AI to make decisions. Now, in this presentation, I suggest that you all look at it as a professional, but also as a private citizen, as a person. So what would you be comfortable with? Now, I'm going to go a little bit back in time. I do not know if somebody recognize what we're seeing here, but this is basically the very first web page ever produced by Tim Berners-Lee. And in 1989, while working at the CERN, Tim Berners-Lee started to introduce the whole hyper text. Now, obviously, we know that took off. And one of the issues we're talking about today is the fact that today over 5.7 billion people are connected online. And artificial intelligence should also always, in my perspective, in our perspective as an institute, be connected to the fact that we're using the internet to make use of that artificial intelligence. Now, we're in the middle of a fourth industrial wave, as the World Economic Forum calls it. So we see a very big shift happening. So I'm going to take you along a couple of examples where shift is happening and explain why it's relevant. And then zoom into AI examples and the type of discussions we're having with our institute, which I'll cover later as well. First of all, mobility. This is a picture of a Dutch highway. 20, 30 years ago, the Dutch government would tell you where a traffic jam was or not, so you could go home along the safest route. Today, I think most people would use a smartphone. Only the problem with a smartphone use is not government controlled. This is a private organizations which gives you an advice. And we have had situations where local townships realized that cars were a lot of cars were going through their town during the traffic jam period, and then they realized that the privately owned Google Maps system guided automobiles through that town, and they actually, as a township, started to call Google, can you provide us with a different route so our town doesn't get bombarded? So it's a shift from the public environment to the private environment with a lot of implications, which I'll cover later as well. Finance. I think if we all think about a bank, we traditionally think about the Bank of India, or a bank like the Bank of India, and each and every country has their own banks. Very highly regulated industry, but also an industry which is being attacked from the outside. Digital technology allows us to make use of systems like M-Pesa, which is the mobile payment system introduced in Africa, in Ghana, for instance. And this is a subsidiary of Vodafone. And here we see a telco providing financial services, because everybody has a mobile phone in Africa, but don't have a bank card or a debit card or a credit card. So the role, because of the technological possibilities, a telco is taking over, but they're not as regulated as bank systems are. This is something to keep in mind. So we should not regulate the systems as is, but also realize that other systems can come into play. The same with healthcare. If you're sick, you go to a doctor. Today, and in the States already, the first FDA-approved apps have been put out. You now are also using your apps, your mobile phone, a smartphone or a smartwatch to regulate your health. Then you have to ask the question, can we control the tech company behind these technologies, that they secure your data or not? A doctor has very specific, strict rules and guidelines. The same should apply for a tech company providing that product or services. So at the end of the day, when something goes wrong, in all those three cases, who's accountable is something breaks down. These are the things we should be talking about. So what's happening with artificial intelligence today? Well, the good thing is artificial intelligence could be the answer for a lot of problems facing the world. I'm one of the proud founders of the outreach committee of the AI for Good Summit. And we've seen that, and this is set up by the International Telecom Union in Geneva in 2017. And we now have 40 UN agencies with a global community of over 300,000 people looking at how AI and the available other digital technologies can help solve the sustainability development goals. So when we talk about rules and regulation, let's not forget that in principle, AI can do a lot of good in this world. But concerns which we have discussed. First of all, we've seen the development of self-driving cars. But the regulation question behind if a car is self-driving or not is the fact that if you are a driver in a normal car and you are in a situation where there's a potential for an accident, you have a reaction. You have to react as a driver. With a self-driving car, it's actually a decision which needs to be made. So a self-driving car needs to be programmed for making the right decision in that particular situation. And that puts a lot of pressure on the people programming the self-driving car, because then you will come into the ethical decision, what should I program? And I think we've all seen examples of the dilemmas these decisions can lead up to. Another example, obviously, I almost say, need not say more, but if you're going to have autonomous drones in a war situation, do we want at the end of the day that a system, a machine, will make a decision to bomb something or not? To date, there's always going to, at least that's the statement. We cannot, it's not transparent enough that we can confirm that claim, but there's always a human element in any decision taking place. But we do see a gradual scale where AI is going to take over this literally life or death situation. Is this something we want or not? So this applies for decisions. Give you another example. This is an art project by a Belgian artist, and it's called The Follower. I would urge you to look it up on Instagram. And this is where AI as an enabling technology, you can say, is attacking your privacy. What you see on the left-hand side are pictures of what people took and posted on Instagram. So somebody in New York City, one other person somewhere in Dublin, if I look at the pub. But what you see on the right-hand side of both pictures is the open cameras in the public spaces. And this is publicly available data. And this project by Dries de Porter now allows, through the use of artificial intelligence, to backtrack where that photo is taken. And you can actually see that. And I would urge you to look at the project, at examples. This is a big ethical question. If we can do this with technology, is this something we really want technology to do? But what's happening today? I do not know if you have followed the news recently, but South Africa is believed to be the very first country in the world to award a patent on an innovation credited by an AI engine. So the question you have to ask yourself, do we want to live in a world where patents will be given to a technology rather than to a human being? And if that's the case, suppose we do want to go down that route, like South Africa has done, what restrictions should we put on that AI engine before it can actually qualify that? Now, at the moment, the American Patent Office and the European Patent Office both have stated we only are going to apply patents to humans, to individuals, and we're not going down the route which South Africa did. But this is happening today. This has happened today, and it's a form of an ethical question we have to ask ourselves. This is a picture I took in 2017 in Geneva. This is Sophia, the robot by Hanson Robotics. And it's interesting to see that in 2017, the social robot Sophia was given citizenship by Saudi Arabia. So now we have a first robot to be given a legal personhood, which basically means she can apply for a passport. She can, or actually I'm calling it she because she looks like a woman, but the robot can apply for a passport. Again, we have to ask ourselves the ethical questions. The fact that a number of countries in the world are starting to make these decisions, is this something we want? So we're not talking about science fiction in the future. This is happening today. This happened actually 5 years ago. Also, what happened recently with GPT-3, we see that in the GPT-3 was used by a researcher in Sweden where the AI bot was asked to write a scientific paper on itself. And you've probably followed the news where now the ChatGPT is actually passing exams. So the development is going so fast. You can argue now that AI is taking the science out of the hands of scientists in this particular case. Now, very timely, I had to share this with you, ChatGPT. I find it quite interesting that just yesterday, the open letter was sent by the Future of Life Institute, requesting a pass for 6 months for the AI experiments. Now, this is very, although to date 1,300 people have signed this letter, if you go through the website of the Future of Life, it's very much a Western-oriented publication. So the gentleman before me who spoke confirmed this is a Western discussion. So I really applaud that all other stakeholders in this world, also from Africa, South America, join that discussion. Do we want this or not? So I'm going to focus on, so why am I sharing these examples and what's the issue happening? And let me share with you a quote from Michael Rogers, the director of the NSA and the commander of Cybercom. We are in a position today in this digital age where technology has outstripped our legal standards framework. So basically, the technology is developing faster than the legal and framework can keep up with. Although we have developed some laws out there, so the United States was very quickly to develop the Consumer Communications Decency Act in '96 when the internet was just introduced. Actually, this was meant to protect against child pornography. They've introduced a clause 230 which prohibited ISP from any responsibility. The problem there is that the law doesn't really allow you to have full governance on the system as a whole. So that's, and I'll give you another example as well where we have an issue. So we need accountability. Now that's already confirmed in the AI for Good Summit. So we had Microsoft, we had Siemens presenting on the main stage. We need accountability because once we have accountability as a principled approach, we can look at security, privacy, and safety. But now I come to one of my main points in this presentation, and that is I had the opportunity, and this is about a couple of years ago. Here you see a picture of Newt Gingrich in The Hague being interviewed. And during this interview, for about 150 people attending, we had, I was able to ask him a question. I had a very small conversation with him also afterwards, where I asked him, Mr. Gingrich, the former Speaker of the House and of the US, by the way, what's your take on accountability in a digital age? And his reply was quite straightforward. He said it's just another innovation, just like the innovation of a car. And so when the car was invented, people would walk in front of the car with a red flag when it would pass a village. And we spent about 10, 20 years developing the whole set of rules and regulations, which now allows us to drive cars safely. So in principle, it's just now innovation. So what's the problem? The problem when we looked at that room of 150 people attending is that 2/3 of the room said, hey, as a concept, you're absolutely right. It's just an innovation. What's the problem? And there was a small minority, I would say, with a more digital background and realized that policymakers like Newt Gingrich and a lot of others out there do not understand. We do not have those 10, 20 years to sit down and look at, okay, what kind of regulation system do we want or not? So we have to look at time as a very critical element in rules and regulation because technology is moving so fast that the legal framework cannot keep up with. I'll give you a non-AI example. In Europe, we introduced the GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation. So that was May 2018, I believe. And the funny thing is that law was developed in a situation, assuming that information is going to be stored in a relational database. So if you then store information in a relational database and you want to take it out, hey, that's quite straightforward. Almost in the same period, we had the emergence of blockchain as a technology discussion. And the good thing about blockchain, or the interesting thing about blockchain, is once you put it in the chain, you cannot take it out anymore. So immediately, the rules and regulations of the GDPR was in absolute conflict with blockchain. And then you see what's going to happen on a local level, in Europe at least. So the Germans said, we want to make absolutely certain that people cannot take the data out. We know we cannot take it out of the blockchain. So we will prohibit the use of blockchain as a ledger to store information. Very pragmatic. The Dutch did completely the opposite. They said, you know what, we're just going to throw away the key so you cannot access the blockchain anymore. And then effectively, if you cannot access it anymore, it's gone. Completely ignoring the question or the assumption that maybe in the future we will develop technology which will allow you to redesign the key so you can access that information. But it's a good example where rules and regulations developed with all the effort put into that. The minute they're presented, you see that technology allows the legal framework the need to catch up again. Now, this is not only a European question, this is a global question. And that is why UNESCO in 2016 invited me with a couple of people to help with organizing a global and multi-stakeholder discussion on how are we going to deal with accountability in the digital age. So I'm pleased to see that UNESCO does realize it needs a global discussion. And they are quite open and honest about this because they realize as a UN agency, as a UN institute, the way they're set up means that each and every country needs to confirm any rules of regulation. So sometimes it takes years to pass a very small law. So they were thinking at that time, okay, we need to develop new instruments and new elements so we can move forward. And that resulted in the Institute for Accountability in the Digital Age, which I chair. And as a normal, we are an NGO based out of the Netherlands, but very much with a global focus. And so we're using the Rome principles of UNESCO as a basis to have and orchestrate a global discussion on accountability. So it needs to be rights, openness, accessible to all, and multi-stakeholder. We've done the normal, I'd say, NGO things. So in the Peace Palace, we had a number of large summits, physically bringing people together to discuss how we're going to deal with this accountability issue. And then you see a very interesting thing happening. And by the way, this is just some pictures of what was happening. So we had an opening by FinSurf 2 years in a row. We had Hulin Zhao, the Secretary General of the ITU, coming in, speaking to our Deputy Prime Minister, welcoming him. But I invited, for instance, Jerry Sapiro. You can actually see him in a picture on the bottom left. He's the guy with the bald head. Now, he's the CEO of the Consumer Technology Association, which organizes the CES in Las Vegas, the biggest consumer electronics show in the world. So when I invited him to come over to The Hague, his immediate reply was, well, then I'm coming to Europe, then I'm coming to a government-led legislation mindset and thinking. And in that phone call, I needed him to understand, no, you're coming to a UN city, because The Hague is one of the 4 UN cities in the world. So your perception on a solution perspective is just as important as a European perspective, because basically he's an advocate for an industry-led solution. So the governance of technology, the same question, how we're going to do that, we have to be very aware that different parts of the world, different parts of cultures will have different answers to that same question. Now, we've introduced a charter to have a discussion. I will send the link through Mohammed so you can have a look how we can have that discussion. It's based on their own principles. There's an accountability paper available, and we're building up a database with people from all over the world to talk about, okay, how are we going to deal with accountability? And the consensus is from all those discussions, and I'll just go through you where people feel we need to focus on, and I'll just give them all you. First of all, we need to ensure transparency. Transparency goes hand in hand with accountability, because if you do not know who's accountable, then it's going to be quite difficult. So you need to know who is actually behind that to hold somebody accountable. The charter will help, but also from a industry-led perspective, there's also the idea to copy, for instance, examples like the Access to Medicine Index, which produces a very transparent report who is actually, in this case, providing access to medicine, and there's a positive correlation between providing access to medicine and being a profitable company. And I won't go into much details, but providing an index measuring who does what in the world, the idea is if we can find a positive correlation with something desirable, we can actually drive people to do good when it comes to accountability. Obviously, we hope that it will lead to accountability by design, and I do believe we should think about a code of conduct as a way to formulate the very first guidelines. Having said that, there are hundreds of guidelines at the moment, so we also have to have consensus what's going to be the leading guideline. Quality labels is another way to start to regulate something. Again, you cannot enforce citizen governance, but these are all instruments, 21st century instruments we can put into place, because it's basically a 21st century issue we're dealing with. And then the last two, I think, are relevant. More and more you see a discussion going on, like in UNICRI. UNICRI is one of the UN agencies looking at how AI can help solve crime issues, where we're looking at how can we use AI to govern AI, so also use AI as a force of good. And we also see, at least in Europe, that rule-based legislation is being replaced by principle-based legislation. So in that case, it's more the thought which counts than what the actual rule states. So the two lessons and I'd like to give to you, and actually I will stop sharing with you, is when you're going to have a discussion on regulating artificial intelligence, be very aware what's already possible today, how quick AI is developing. See the call to pause for 6 months, although I do not think the whole world is pausing. So time is a very hidden but critical factor to think about possible solutions. And to date, in all the years we've had a discussion on accountability in the digital age, we do realize that we need a 21st century solution, and governance, rule of law will only be a basis for much more agile instruments, which we then are going to put in place to make decisions. So that's my thoughts I'd like to share with you on how we're going to deal with accountability in the digital age. And because when we know who is going to be accountable, we can start to think about the governance process underneath that. So again, that's what I wanted to share with the audience, and I hope this is going to be food for thought for the later discussions which you will have today. Thank you so much. Right.
Thank you very much, Professor Bushmaker, for your introductory speech. Very interesting opening perspective on what we will be doing all together today and for days to come. We're thinking about some, let's say, actions we need to take here in Morocco with all those who will be participating to this conference today.
Yeah.
The issue is of most importance. Regulating, is it what needs to be done today? How? With whom? Across the board or for specific situations? These are the questions that's been raised by a lot of people. I would like now to turn the floor to...
May I ask one last comment? I'll reach out to Mohammed Assami, but I would be very interested and open to have a conversation, a dialogue with the Institute on behalf of the Institute for Accountability to present the outcome of your conference in a dialogue. So I will keep in touch with you guys, so I can interview somebody in the next couple of weeks, so we can share the outcomes to a global audience, because we need your voice as well. Thank you so much.
We will do that. Actually, the conference is being recorded. We will share that with you, and we are very interested in your approach in the dynamic you're initiating.
Thank you so much.
We'll be part of it. Thanks for inviting. Thank you. Let me turn the floor now to Dr. Kitani, who will be chairing this panel, because Dr. Saidi was called to an opening session for his school in Fez. Please, Dr. Kitani.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kadili. Dr. Fritz, are you still with us? Dr. Fritz? Do we have Miss Virginie? Yeah. No, we don't have.
I think we can take a few questions now. If you have a question, we can take that. You want my mic? And then we, yeah, sure.
Okay, good morning, everyone presenting here. On behalf of my esteemed school, I would like to thank you to sharing with us this interesting presentation about the IA. Especially, it is a very trendy topic now. I would introduce myself to you first. My name is Wafa Oulad bin Isa. I'm second year PhD student, supervised by Mr. Qadbaj. And I'm working about digitalization and value creation. So it almost fits well with the research scope that you're sharing with us. Actually, I've heard Mr. Busmaker talking about the importance of IA on healthcare, especially with the invention of Apple Watch, speaking about the maps applications, self-driving in regard of car tickets and so on. But I think he skipped the importance of IA in building a greener future, especially that I'm working on digitalization in relationship with the environmental performance and sustainable development. So I'm sure that IA can assist industries in the environmental protection efforts with highlighting many innovations to accelerate the impact. Now, about this impact, which is everyone mentioned it lately, where are we with the IA today in regard of tackling the environmental issues? That's what I would like to from you that you highlighted us with. Thank you so much for being here.
Okay, so that really interesting question. I'm not a special environmental things, but my take on that, and you have to double check, obviously. I do not hold any kind of truths, but my take is that we are, I mean, in the same situation as for lots of things that are related to environment. So you have two different stances on that. The first one is that we have to protect environment and do whatever it takes to avoid developing AI that might have a big impact or an undesirable impact on environment. But at the same time, and you and I are using tech all the time, right? So this kind of schizophrenic situation where we want to protect the environment, but at the same time, we know that we are so related and so dependent on technology that it will inevitably have an impact on the environment. So there is this double language that is really hard to deal with differently. So obviously the UN is working hard on trying to mitigate the impact of AI on environment, get a lot of stakeholders that are involved in artificial intelligence development that are working hard on that, trying to do their best. But we can be idealistic about that and think the world as we want it to be, but we have to be realistic in the fact that technology is there for a long time. It will be developed highly at fast pace, and this will once again have inevitable bad impacts on the environment. So the big question, and this is exactly the kind of conference that we need and the work that we'll do further with the Tamkin Foundation and the NCG and some other stakeholders, is just to throw the things on the debate and just have a really honest discussion about that. What kind of society do we want for the future? Do we want a society where we protect environment, or do we want a society where we want to develop technologies? Doesn't mean that we have to make a clear choice between those two options, but we have to know what option is the one that we are promoting first, what is the most important to us. And if we decide, for example, to go to even more technologies, we have to accept that it will have an impact on the environment, that will not be able to protect the environment. First thing. Second thing, if I may, is that these issues about environment are not universal concerns at all, at all. There are places all over the world where people are just striving to survive. They don't care about the environment. So if they're able to develop an application of artificial intelligence that will help us to free themselves from poverty, they will not care about the impact of this AI product on environment, right? So you have many stakeholders that are developing a wide range of technologies that do have different interests. So this is also something that we have to deal with, right? When we're talking about protecting the environment, that's for spoiled people, right? That's for spoiled people. You get lots of people that are living under the threshold of poverty, and to them, environment is a non-issue. So how can we deal with that if we want to regulate? And if we regulate artificial intelligence trying to mitigate and protect environment, then we will put aside all those people that need AI and technology just to survive, right? Because they will not have any kind of means to protect environment. So this is the kind of question that we want to throw on the table. I don't hold any kind of solution. I don't think that we have solutions to that. But what I know is that the debate is not even there. And we need this kind of debate, right? Really need, because once again, I'm French, I'm Canadian. So from my perspective, spoiled guy, I can say, okay, we have to take care about the environment. But if I live in some places in India or even in some places on the African continent, I can tell you that environment is totally out of my scope. Totally.
Aujourd'hui, là où nous nous trouvons, il y a une accélération de création de nouvelles applications, etc. Et nous sommes là, nous avons peur, les uns comme les autres, ici au Maroc et ailleurs. Et nous voulons mettre une sorte de... Ce matin, je lisais un petit article où Elon Musk dit il faut s'arrêter, il faut arrêter. We need to slow down. Slow down what? Could we slow down science? Could we slow down creation? I don't think so. We need to enact legislation. Could we do that in the required speed, if there is a required speed? I don't think so. Maybe we should think otherwise. Maybe we should change our paradigms. Maybe we should have different glasses to look at the situation and see where we want to go. And I think that education is the conduit to explain, to, let's say, foresee, to project, to, let's say, educate people on how to use it and how to protect themselves from what's going on. The director was talking to me about ChatGPT today. In its state, it's already, quote unquote, a risk. It's already a danger, as some people would think. Is it a danger? Or does it face us with new challenges that we have to face and we have to solve? We have to attend to. And I think this is the situation that you young people are facing today, and will be facing more so tomorrow. Because, let's say, ChatGPT, it took 5 days for ChatGPT to be known worldwide. Now, it's an exponential speed that all those developments, all those applications are taking. And there is no way, absolutely no way, legislation could have that speed. It could not. So we have to change our mind. We have to look to this situation in a new way. Does that new way, as Professor Goffey was saying, exist today? I don't think so. But we have to get together and gathering like this, conferences like this, do shed some light, do help shedding some light on a new path, with S or without S. Thank you. Would you like to say something? Aya was asking me whether this is the panel. No, this is not the panel. This is a discussion till we reach 11, and then we start our panel. The first panel, yeah.
Well, thank you for your great question. I think a question was about the impact of AI on the environment, right? Well, it can, you can install monitors, sensors to see whether the weather is polluted, whether the weather is good for the agriculture, for plantation, where you're going to plant, where you're going to have agriculture. You can regulate, and with that, you're going to give feedback to the society that this place is polluted, and then the state gonna do something about it, gonna see why the place is polluted. Is there and maybe establish some laws so that that place is not polluted. So with AI, we can collect the data, gives us feedback, and then AI can make a recommendation for us what to do. So in that sense, it can help the environment. Now, some people who are really rigid, they may tell you, well, the computational power that the AI take may hurt the environment in some way or another. But we can ignore that if we use more green energy, renewable energy to produce power for all these supercomputers that try to study the data that is gathered by those sensors. So AI is a tool. You can use it or misuse it. So as a user, how you can use it to help the environment, or you can use it to hurt the environment. You can use it to protect people, or you can use it to hurt people. It's just a tool. I think we had such discussion in the cyber world regarding language. So AI, ChatGPT, is it improving language or is it destroying language? So it's based on the user and the designer for AI. That's my thoughts regarding that question. I don't know if Mr. Ambassador, do you have any thoughts since you come from such pristine islands?
Moi, je dirais que quand on parle de l'intelligence artificielle avec l'environnement, moi, je suis chimiste. Aujourd'hui, il y a des réactions que vous utilisez des produits dangereux. Et vous faites une réaction, vous jetez certains produits, certains déchets. Aujourd'hui, avec l'intelligence artificielle, vous pouvez faire vos réactions. Vous pouvez savoir quelle est la quantité que vous faites pour ne pas jeter des produits nocifs dans votre évier. Donc, c'est très important aujourd'hui que on voit la corrélation qu'il y a à l'intelligence artificielle et l'environnement. Que ça peut être un outil justement de protection de l'environnement. Vous avez parlé de l'agriculture. L'agritech aujourd'hui, ça me permet déjà de pouvoir doser au niveau de ma plante, au niveau des racines, les besoins que la racine a, la plante a, sans faire excès pour ne pas dépasser la dose, et une certaine quantité de produits chimiques peut s'éparpiller dans le sol. Autre chose, c'est une manière aujourd'hui, moi je vis dans les régions sahariennes. Aujourd'hui, quand on fait tout ce qui est goutte à goutte, c'est dirigé par l'intelligence artificielle. Parce que vous savez que vous faites un dosage, vous faites un arrosage goutte à goutte, c'est piloté par un système. C'est toujours l'intelligence artificielle. Aujourd'hui, donc, il n'y a pas perte d'eau. Vous donnez le minimum que la plante a besoin. Donc, ça, on protège déjà. Problème de l'eau qui se pose un peu partout, surtout dans nos régions sahariennes, donc au niveau de Maroc. Et là, je crois qu'il y a une corrélation, il y a même, je dirais, une complémentarité entre l'environnement et l'intelligence artificielle. Et ça permet de prendre la bonne décision au bon moment et utiliser ce qu'il faut pour ne pas dépasser et détruire l'environnement. Si j'ai compris la question.
Obviously, I don't think that we have to focus on the environment only because AI is much wider than that. But just to bounce back on what this gentleman just said, is that obviously, like any kind of technologies, you have positive outcomes and negative outcomes, right? And it's all about trade-offs. It's all about trade-offs. So you can, for example, consider it right. You can develop some kinds of AI that will help you in the agricultural field, just for example, to make sure that you're not wasting water, right? That's the point. But that's the end of the AI system. But when you develop the AI system, you have an impact on the environment, right? Because you're using some tools that, for example, that are consuming waters, right? You are using supercomputers that are producing CO2, right? So you have people that are like us traveling here and there to do research, right? Using planes, using cars. So for each application that you're using for a specific purpose, even if the purpose is really positive, behind that, there is a huge impact on the environment. But it's all about trade-offs. It's all about trade-offs. There are places where not wasting water is something that is essential. That's not my case. In France, I don't have this kind of issue right now. We have issues with water, but not at the same level as in the sub-Saharan region, in Africa and other places, right? So obviously that's not something that I care of. But in some places, maybe having a bad impact on the environment, trying to develop an application that will help at some point not to waste water is kind of a good trade-off. But it's all about ethics. This is my take on that. It's all about what kind of society you want, what are your goals. And this is really, once again, really contextual. It depends on the country you're talking about. It depends on the community you're talking about, right? Problems that we think are really important in the Western world might not be important at all in other places. And problems that are of huge importance in Africa, for example, might not be issues for us. So it's like every technology, but when it comes to the regulation of that, it's really difficult because you have to take this wide spectrum of perspective. So you have different options. The regulation, as it is done right now, is what we call the horizontal regulation. Mainly what's going on is that the European Union, the Western world say, okay, you have principles, and I've heard the keynote speaker talking about accountability, this kind of thing. It is that mainstream narrative. Okay, accountability, but let's be clear about that. What accountability means, we don't know. There are several definitions of accountability, right? And even accountability, for example, in French, does not exist in the same way as it exists, the word in English. So it means that if you look at all the requirements in the guidance for trustworthy AI, if you look at all the 7 requirements, right? You look at the definition, you will have tens, if not hundreds of definitions for each word. And then once you have the definition, and we had this discussion yesterday, you have the meaning of the word about accountability. What does that mean, accountability? I don't know what accountability means, right? I really don't know what it means. So you really have to put that contextual. So horizontal perspective is you take all those principles and you spread them to the world. And you say, okay, this is what is required to get trustworthy AI, which is also a misleading concept, right? Or you have a vertical perspective, which is, okay, let's develop governance for a specific field, specific sector, which is, for example, what the UK is doing currently, right? They felt like, okay, these horizontal things, that doesn't work. Let me give you an example. If you want to talk about, for example, transparency, okay, transparency. You're in the defense industry, you don't want to be transparent about your AI system, not at all. That cannot be a requirement. That cannot be a serious requirement, right? So that doesn't work. So you really have to have really specific governance system, really specific codes of conduct for very specific application in specific situation, in specific cultural environment, right? And that makes it really difficult because we're lazy. We feel like, okay, it's easier just to have this kind of big principles that no one will apply. Definitely not, right? And especially not China. They're growing. They have their own agenda. They will not apply that at all, right? And it's not against China. That's just a fact, right? That might be true for lots of other countries. So this is where, once again, we're trying to bring this thing to the debate, right? That's really a really short-term perspective, which is horizontal, governance with this kind of principles, requirements, and guidances that will not work on the long term, not at all. And that will not work in specific situation, as it has been mentioned, where actually the principles are not at the top of the priority of the stakeholders.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, that's a good idea in some aspects, some specific disciplines. We've seen a lot of automation of a lot of things. So that's exactly what you are asking for. But to what extent, I don't know. Are our brains useless? But so far, what AI doesn't give you feeling, doesn't give you things that for now. Yes, for now. Well, there's some work on it, but so yes, it is taking over human brain in a lot of aspects. Tedious jobs, jobs that like there are many examples like mail delivery or luggage delivery. It's all automated. Manufacturing, a lot of manufacture, like they are automated. Cars, they are more and more becoming more and more automated. Planes, you fly it on autopilot. You just need so much. The pilot basically does just the ascending and descending. But to what extent can we go? I think, and many people ask, well, then is it going to kill jobs? Is AI going to kill jobs? Yes, some jobs will die because become useless. Like human participation is at minimum, so that job no longer exists. But it creates new jobs. For example, email may have killed the post office and all these things, or eliminated it to a minimal degree, but created the job of email administrator, of a lot of things, a lot of things related to computer science. So we as species, we are always busy. We are innovative, and we are growing. I think we are now over 8 billion. So 8 billion brains can accomplish a lot, and not necessarily do the historical things that human being do. So AI can augment and help our progress and innovation, or distraction, because both ways. So it's just a tool. You want to add something?
Thank you so much. So I'm Ali Maraskawi. I'm the director for CAB Morocco. And first of all, I'm not at all an expert of the higher intelligence, but just here sharing some as being part of this world and what's going on, and all these things available in this world and the progress. Coming back to your question and what you have said, who just ring my bell about when you were saying about the brain use, and the human thinking. Actually, with the doctor, we were talking about that 1 month ago, if you remember. And then we were just challenging ourselves about GPT. And I remember with, your respective team, we said, okay, let's ask 3 questions. And then we did. And then the first question we asked about, does God exist? And then he was limited. He said, I can't answer to this question. So we were not expecting a yes or no, but a tough, the philosophical tough, yeah? And that's the human being is able to do it, while he wasn't able to do for now. The second question was, I just challenged him asking, you are in front of 2 potential roads. One, and you are driving, and one has 1 person in front of you, the other one on the way, and one has 3. Which one do you take? And he couldn't answer neither, while a human being might say, well, I can just stop. I'm not due to choose A or B. I can just stop or return back, yeah? And then the third question, that's more a bit a funny question. I did ask him, I want, the chocolate kind of surprise. Well, I don't want to say some marks, hit some brands, but let's say a chocolate, the name of a chocolate. And I asked him, what's the receipt of it? He said, I don't know the receipt yet. Stop it there. But he could have told me, you can buy it there and there. So this shows, the first question shows that I mean, it's still limited and it will not replace the human being with the philosophic thinking today. At least that one. The second show that the intelligence is not only the brain, is the link between the brain and your heart and your ethic and your soul. And this, and I hope and I doubt that he will replace us on that. And then the third one show that the question, the response of a question is often out of the box. Yeah. So just to illustrate, you know, that, yeah, it's just amazing instrument, but I don't think the question is, does he replacing us or not, but the ethical question of its use and checking our education and how we will educate our kids and the, urgency of educating at the very, very early stage our children and the youth on the ethic, and to use it not on replacing our job. That was, I think the doctor was talking about that, you know, about students, you know, using it, you know, to do their job potentially. So to use it not to do our job, but to challenge our work, yeah, in order for us to progress. So I stop it there, and that was just again just a very humble thinking sharing. Thank you.
You know, when technology starts, any technology, we ask so many questions, and then we get used to it. And then another technology comes in, and we ask those questions again. Are we going to be replaced by artificial intelligence? This is the question today. It's not going to be the question tomorrow. Something else is going to come up. Is our brain? There is a feature movie, Sully, that explains so many things. That poses so many questions. Sullly. That explains so many things about the brain. It's a very well documented movie, though it's a movie, but very well documented. And I found that technology is going that way. Whether my brain is going to be replaced, whether I'm quite sure that in few years we won't be talking about this. Because we would have moved to the keynote speaker features a car that doesn't need a driver, okay? We will have that. You would think about something and it's there. So this is the way we are going. Will regulation be, I don't know what kind of regulation we would have. I'm a legalist and I believe in law, but is it in this domain, is it in these areas that we should start enacting new laws? How far could we go? What kind of laws could we enact? I believe that educating people is the way. How? I don't know. We will be creating a society, artificial intelligence society, with Dr. Gofi, and it will be open to a lot of people across, worldwide. Just to think about this, to study, to discuss, and to say how we could help out and how we could, let's say, mitigate all the risks that artificial intelligence is posing to humankind. Is that what we are about? That's what we are about. This conference is but a start in that direction. Okay.
I just want to move back to your initial question and let me know if I rephrase it correctly. You're saying that why don't we consider replacing human brains by technology, right? That's the point. And I think that's a really interesting question. It's really interesting question because it's a touchy, complex question to which there is no answer, but at least we should ask this kind of question. And we're not asking this kind of question at all, right? You have people that are against technology, you have people that are in favor of technology, you have two polarized stances. We need something in between. And the question that you actually asking is really relevant, because we don't know, and maybe we should consider it. Maybe that's an option that we have to think about. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. From my perspective, I'm an old guy, right? I cannot know what will be in the future. Maybe in the future, people will be really happy to just maybe switch off their brains and use technology to provide them with whatever they need, right? The big issue here, from my perspective, and I guess it's the perspective that we will share here, is that when you're doing that, there are two things that might happen. At least two things. The first one is that there is someone behind the technology. There is someone that is programming the AI, and maybe this someone will use it to control you. Okay? So you might become just a servant of a technology that is used by actors, stakeholders for bad purposes. So it's up to you to say, okay, I will switch off my brain and obey to others, right? And I will be totally dependent on technology, no matter who is behind technology. First option. Second option is that you reach a point where technology is fully autonomous in a Kantian sense, which means that they have their own self-consciousness. And then maybe technology will just take over human beings. At some point, if I'm the technology, I would say, okay, what's the point keeping all those people? They have no brain. Are they useful to me? No. So what is the future of human beings when technology would say, okay, all those guys, they just abandon their intellectual properties, they abandon the use of their brains, so they're just here to have pleasure. What's the point with that, right? That might be an option. But once again, I don't have any kind of answer. Maybe people in the future will be really happy just to switch their brain off, right? There is another option that might also be sought, which is about the post-humanism, which is maybe we can upload our brains into a machine, right? That might be something else. But at least, and what I like with your question is that it opens doors to lots of discussion that we should have and that your generation should have. And this is where education is key, right? Because this is the kind of question when you ask them, people are expecting like ChatGPT, yes, no. There is no yes, no answer. Not at all. Something that might be true for you might be totally wrong to me, right? Depending on your culture, depending on how you see technology. I'm working with India, I'm working with Morocco, I'm working with Brazil, I'm working with I'm working with China. Each time I'm discussing with those people, they have a different perspective about technology, the role of technology, the relation between humans and technology, and what is the future of technology, and what is the future role of technology. So you have this kind of wide spectrum that we need to explore, that you need to explore now, because later you won't have time for that, right? You will just try to make money out of technology. Now that you are in the position where you can think, when you are in the position where your minds are not yet fully programmed, meaning that you have open-mindedness that older people like me do no longer have, for you to think about the future. I won't be here to see the future, right? And I usually give the example of Japan. Japan, they're doing something that is really great, right? They're using technology for specific purposes that are related to their socioeconomics concerns, which is aging population or shortage. So when they're thinking about technology, about technology as a way to address those issues. And they think about what they call society 5.0, right? In the Western world, I think in Morocco, it's the same thing. We don't know about that. We're just running after technology. We're creating technology. We see that there are bad outcomes. We're trying to mitigate bad outcomes with another technology that will create new bad outcomes that will you've heard about. Okay. I think even the person, what she's doing, because and then she has put on the two generations, your generation, right? But if you look in 1994, there was already this Canadian lady, I can remember her name, who talked at the UN saying exactly the same thing, right? The point is, when you're young, you have ideals. When you're older, you have needs. It is now that you have ideals that you can think about the future. But when you come to the point when you have needs, that you have to pay for your rental, you have to pay for your kids, you have to pay for the study, you have to pay for everything, your ethical horizon and your concerns are much more narrow, right? And then you do no longer think about the future. You think about every day, every week survival, every month survival, depending on where you live. right? So once again, it's really up to you to have this discussion, to launch this discussion about AI and what kind of society you want for the future. That's really important. That's something that must be done in Morocco with the cultural setting of Morocco, that must be done in France with the cultural setting of France, that must be done in China with the cultural setting in China. That must not be France or the European Union or the Western world telling Morocco what must be the best and desirable future for you. That's not the way it should work, not at all. I don't think so. That's my take, at least.
Let me throw let's see, stone in the. La chose que je sais, et en fait, c'est que je ne sais absolument rien. Mais il y a une chose que je sais, que l'avenir, c'est vous. C'est absolument vous. Ici, au Maroc, cette jeunesse, et partout. C'est la jeunesse qui fera l'avenir et qui est en train de le faire. Et qui sommes-nous, à mon âge par exemple, j'aurai bientôt 72 ans, qui suis-je pour dire à la jeunesse ce qu'elle doit penser et qu'est-ce qui va arriver, qu'est-ce qui va lui arriver. J'étais à une conférence il y a quelque temps et quelqu'un parlait avec une certitude absolue. Pour des enfants qui ne sont pas encore nés, le type d'éducation qu'ils doivent avoir, dont les parents ne sont pas encore mariés, ne se sont pas encore connus. Donc, s'il y a une chose que nous devons apprendre, à mon sens, c'est à ouvrir notre esprit et à développer une pensée critique. Le professeur Goffi parlait justement de cela. Ne rien accepter. Do not take things for granted. Absolutely granted. There is nothing granted. Open up. This is the only thing I believe in. Back in 1980, I think 1982, I ran a research on road fatalities in the United States for about 20 years. The computer I used was this big, as big as this room. Today, that computer and 10 of that computer would not fit, would fit in this phone. This is technology. I'm using it. It's imposed on me because there is no other way I could have connected with Dr. Kitani, Said Hassan Omar Said, if I didn't have this phone. But how far am I willing to use it? I don't use TikTok. There are so many things I don't use. I want my life to be invaded. Maybe this is not the way you see it. In 2000, we used telemedicine. We launched a project for telemedicine. It's with us. So many things are being developed. How do we use them? How accept to use them? And how do we go by, let's say, evolve with all what's coming our way? These are the questions we need to ask ourselves. Developing, creating is our youth.
So I did. I don't know if you're just our intelligence is this creation of a society on governance of artificial intelligence that we are doing with the Tamkin Foundation, which will be definitely a forum where people like you that are interested in artificial intelligence, the outcomes of artificial intelligence, might definitely participate. Will be soon. We'll have different chapters. The point with this society would be to have chapters in the geographical locations, if not countries or culture, just to have this feedback from different people, different perspective, different culture about what might be AI governance, what might be the expected and desirable of AI governance. Something that I really want to tell you, and this is myself in France, teaching in Canada, teaching in Germany, is that's a piece of advice that I'm giving you humbly. That's not the truth, but my personal opinion is that I've seen trying to fight ideologies with ideologies. It doesn't work. That work. If you come to the UN and you say, we have to protect the environment like Greta Thunberg is doing or done, you will fail. You will polarize the discussion, right? You have to learn what you think about technology, environment, etc. What you have to learn how to make compromises. You have to learn to discuss with people, them in the middle of the bridge. You cannot expect the whole world to abide to your concerns about environment. That's not the way it works. And this is where now Greta Thunberg, I don't know where she, right? She had a burst time at some point, and not. You cannot fight ideology with other ideology. If you do that, you create polarization. There is no further discussion, is listening to and at the end, nothing happens, right? And that's, I think, and especially for young generation that are really idealistic, that's the most difficult thing to do. Because you believe so strongly in some things that are really important to you that you think that it is worth being spread to the world. No, no. What you think about environment, and I'm discussing about, for example, this debate. It's not because biases are concerned in the Western world that it's a concern everywhere. There are places where this is not even a question. And whatever you think about it, you might agree or disagree with that, you have to accept the reality, right? When you want to play poker and you sit at the table, you play by the rules of poker. That's the way it works, right? That's the way it works. When you think about poker, maybe you want to play something else, another game, but when you decide to sit at table poker, you have to play with the rules of poker. That's the way it works. It's exactly the same thing in international relations. Too often, once again, I see people, and mostly young people, that are really involved in something they believe, that are just trying to crush their adversaries and say, okay, you have to believe what I think because what I think is worth being spread. No, no, that's not the way it works. That's not the way it works, right? Conflict is not debate. You want to make a change in the world? Learn to debate. Learn to make trade-offs. Learn how to make compromises. Learn first and foremost to listen to others instead of trying to tell them what they have to do, right? And that's really difficult. That's not easy task at all. But it's the only way to go through those differences that we have and to find, I mean, a fair kinds of things. When we're talking about governance, look at me. I try to be a nuanced person, right? I don't take strong stances. I don't like that because I know that life is too complex to have strong stances, right? But at some point, I had to say strongly, we have, I say we, you have to fight against the Western hegemony in AI. That's not that I think that we have to fight per se, but if you're too nuanced and you say, okay, maybe this is what I was saying, we need a debate, we need to listen to Muslim people, what they think about technology and the role of technology in their lives. We need to think about Buddhist people. What do they think about that? We need to ask Native Americans. I'm Canadian. I've lived in Canada for a long time. You have First Nation. What do they think about that? I lived in Australia. What do Aboriginal people think about the AI technology? We should gather and think about that. Maybe they have things to bring to us, and maybe we have things to bring to them, and maybe we can find some kind of compromise. That will be a compromise, but that will be a compromise, right? Good start. Let's start with that. And then I kept repeating that all the time. People are expecting me to take a strong step. There is a Western hegemony over ethics in artificial intelligence, or other than Western countries and culture to fight against it. So I've been pushed to really strong stand. I know that's not the option. I would that it's European Union, instead of using its principles over the whole world, would maybe people all around the world. What do you think bring that? And it's about me. If you like the IEEE 1990, they stress the fact that there's this called and Buddhist perspective as well, right? Hundreds of perspectives that might be really interesting. Use your perspective is interesting, right? And even about Muslim perspective, Muslim is really wide. Depending on where you live, what is your culture, your perspective on Islam might be completely different, right? So it's not only about Morocco, that might be about lots of countries around the world. Indonesia, first Muslim country in the world. They do not have perspective as you, they do not have the same culture. Let's listen to them without any a priori about the fact that they're Muslim or they're Chinese or they're this or they're that. I don't care. I don't care about what. Yeah, the society they're trying to create is exactly about, exactly, yeah, you're right. The point is that, okay, let's ask the Australians what they think. Let's ask the Maori, let's ask the Aboriginal, Ubuntu people, think about that, right? And let's discuss about it, because obviously AI will impact not true, not all, but that will impact lots of people. That will impact you. Obviously, it's already impacting you, right? So this is really needed to have this discussion. And sometimes we have to tackle really sensitive, touchy questions. This distinction between genders is one, right? You see people that will say in the Western world, you must not discriminate. No. Great. That might be right in Paris, where I live. And I'm not even sure it's right for one race, right? But that might not be right, or that might not be a problem in cultures, right? I've traveled over the world, I'm a white guy, and I've been discriminated against. What's about that, right? If I'm traveling in China, for example, people will recognize me. They will see that I'm not a Chinese guy, right? So they will discriminate against me. When you go to the Emirates and you want to get a job, people will discriminate because you're not a local. What about that? What about that? What's the point with that? Can I go to the Emirate and tell them, oh, you must not discriminate? No, that's not how it works. They have a totally different culture, different perspective than mine. Right? This is the kind of touchy question, sensitive question, and we don't have, this is the discussion we have with Dr. Kelly, is that we don't have to agree. We don't have to because deeper, and maybe we'll find the right. Me, I don't want to need this debate. I'll take the floor.
Dans les conférences internationales, les panélistes prennent temps et ne donnent que quelques minutes à l'audience. Je voudrais inverser cela. Vous voyez la thématique, c'est la régulation de l'intelligence artificielle. Quels sont les défis et les perspectives? Et si on posait la question, et si on vous demandait comment vous voyez ça? Je disais tout à l'heure, pour l'avenir, c'est vous aujourd'hui.
in even Arabic countries, they are used to consuming and not thinking about something. So when you give them a platform like ChatGPT, they're consuming it. So the problem is not actually using it for your own good, because we're not using it as to like take a sample or a template for something that we've gonna write about. For example, a report. That's not the problem. The problem is mainly using it as main source and your main response, because then students that are like in our 50 years that are going to be a part of the market nowadays they have no knowledge about how to write a report. They're using ChatGPT to write that. And I can say in conclusion that artificial intelligence is a two-sided sword. So if we actually make people learn how to use it for their own good and not just totally consume it and actually think about where does artificial intelligence come from, how can I use it in different aspects of my life, I think that's when our Arabs and other countries can actually have an impact on artificial intelligence and many other major things in our life nowadays. So in conclusion, the main problem is the consuming culture. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I'd like to introduce myself. I am a chef. Concerning the question that you have asked about regulating artificial intelligence challenges and perspectives and our opinion about it, I am kind of worried about artificial intelligence, honestly, because I believe at some point it can replace us as humans and, for example, companies. And I don't really use it till now. I don't use the ChatGPT, and well, I kind of feel it's also kind of useless, especially in some universities. It's forbidden to use it. We can really be busted if we use it. So I don't really like it. That's it.
Yes.
Good morning, everybody. Every time I'm really stunned of hearing our students speak in English. Sometimes we forgot that we can speak fluently 3 languages, and that's something that's heartwarming, especially when we are talking about subjects that are internationally important, such as AI and, for instance, ChatGPT. I want to add something to this discussion that I think is important, another perspective, which is the economic perspective. There is a theory that is not new. It's the creative destruction theory. It's something that economists come up with every time there is a human revolution. I mean, either the industrial revolution or the finding of oil or the finding of electricity. Every time humans make something that are going to help them make their lives easier, there is this discussion about if this new kind of energy or if this new kind of productive machines or anything else is going to take our jobs. And every time there is this kind of social anxiety about if these new kind of technologies, if these new human-made things are going to take our places. And that's why this creative destruction theory that's basically
regulate itself, if I may say so. And so that's a newcomer for the creative destruction theory. That's something new that we didn't have with the steam machine or with electricity or with the internet in the late 80s. So I think that's what's really important about regulating artificial intelligence. I always give this example for when I was, before I came to the institute, I was in the bank, and we used to work with what we call either the or the mobile app or whatever. And so we had something like 1,000 people on these phones. And one day, I remember it was in 1980, 1990, we created a chatbot. The chatbot is a very, how do I say, primitive, if I may say, kind of AI, because it's a really simple algorithm. You give a question, it responds, so it's not even ChatGPT. And this simple bot made something like 200-300 people lose their jobs, like a glance. And so that's something that might be frustrating in society. That's why we need regulation. That's why we need to tell companies right now, if you use AI, you should help people that lose their jobs find new jobs. And that's why we need regulation for AI. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your thoughts. A couple things. Regarding ChatGPT and new technology. I think when we study math and calculus, we could bring the calculator and do all these graphs and solve all problems. So if you use that sophisticated calculator, what did you learn in calculus? There are things that you have to do like technology just deals with the mass scale of the problem, or the tedious aspects of the problem. So for example, like sorting 10 elements I can do it by hand, but then it's 10 million. So the problem with ChatGPT is as an indicator that it doesn't certify the knowledge that somebody saying they know. And all of a sudden, it creates a great so the same thing if there's so has a PhD in this, and they didn't really know what the diploma certifies that they know, then so that's the danger that educators, industry or sector views and terms from ChatGPT. So while, and always there's a technology that counts and there's a technology that counts first. So with ChatGPT, there is a work how to detect that the student uses ChatGPT. And the problem with ChatGPT is that somebody uses it to write the whole pieces. Students are very innovative in quote unquote cheating, and they would push it to the limit. So they would enjoy it more than actually studying. That's one thing. The other thing, you said something very important, very relevant to our moral and culture, which is also I spent the last 25 years teaching in the United States. I just come to Morocco.
Hello.
And I see that my students are better than the students performing better than the students I taught in the United States. And they are enjoyable, more enjoyable.
No, we find our own jobs. Whenever I tell my student I'm professor of computer science, when you graduate as a computer scientist, you wear many hats. You know how to deal with computer, and everybody uses computer. So you can work in any discipline, for example. If in this school, you get a degree in economy, or you can in any discipline. It's just how you market yourself. And that skill that each individual needs to possess. We have something that's called hard skill and something that we call soft skill. Hard skill is the knowledge, is all these books you read, all that stuff. Soft skill is how you market yourself, how you talk to others. Are you coming on time? Do you take responsibility for your actions? Do you how do you deal with people? Are you being nice to them? Are you a person who people enjoy having you around? Or if you give in task, do you finish it on time? All these are called soft skills. These probably you don't learn them directly at the university, but you learn them through homework, or you learn the bad behavior also. If you have professors who tell you submitting the deadline and then they accept it, then they ride cars. And then when the TV came, oh, is it halal? Is it haram? No TVs. Some say so, and then it became the norm. So the same thing, like it is here. How can I use it to benefit? Like computers, like there were no computers before, and people were using different technologies, and then computer facilitated their life. Like imagine now, like I'm searching the whole world with the internet, looking for knowledge. advanced and has connections. So now you find knowledge, like there is a degree of knowledge, and how can I sift still knowledge from so
No, I just wanted to react again because of the question. I mean, there was two questions. We don't want to use it for ethical reasons and we want the work by ourselves. And then, that's why not to use it, because you're going to have better marks. Again, I think maybe the key question here is using it for replacing us and doing the job instead of us, or using it for challenging us and challenging our work and what we are delivering. And if the second one, that maybe start to be interesting. Yeah. So yeah, just I wanted to put back the question because people were not there at the time.
No, if we're not, I'm going to talk about me. I'm not smart enough. I'm not, let's say, good enough. And artificial intelligence replaces me, then tough luck. Really. If it does, tough luck. If I'm not good enough to kind of move forward, to develop my abilities and so many things, si par rapport à ce qui m'entoure, eh bien, tant pis pour moi. Mais je ne blâmerai pas, et là, ce que disait le docteur Akhtani, je ne vais pas dire c'est les artificiels remplacés. Non, c'est moi qui n'ai pas été suffisamment bon pour ne pas me faire remplacer. Donc, je suis à travailler pour utiliser tout ce qui m'est disponible pour faire autre chose. D'accord? Si elle me remplace, bien tant pis. Quelqu'un d'autre? Go, please. Lui?
Good morning. I want to answer the claim that you said that if artificial intelligence can replace us, it's our bad for not being good enough or not developing ourselves enough. Is that what you said?
Not scared. What I'm saying is that I'm scared. And people are scared. I was with the professors, with lawyers, and some of them said, I am scared. Why should we be scared? Because I am not. And I mean, maybe because I'm old. So,
because we should be.
Why?
Let's say you want to develop yourself and want to be better and put that much work in what you, for example, you want to be an accountant or a lawyer or something, but you've spent years studying law or years accounting, and the artificial intelligence can see it in a couple seconds. So it can do the work you've been working on for several years. He can do it in seconds. So it will be more useful to use the artificial intelligence rather than you, for example.
Okay. Okay. I am a lawyer also. So when we, in the United States, when we try a case, I have to call on my people, my team, to research the case, to research similar cases, to come back to me with an approach to this. I will be litigating, okay? All that stuff is now done by ChatGPT in a matter of seconds. Then my involvement would be how am I going to use that to develop a case and to get to litigate it in court. Let's start more resources, more resources, which I'm supposed to have to make me to others. So I'm being challenged. It's good. And that's we are human being. You agree with that?
Couple things. First means you're going to cut on your staff. So some of your helpers need to find different jobs. So it's going to take their jobs, but that's one thing. Second, as the advanced AI thing, is how to have a chip that stores to have it inserted and communicate your brain, so all the universities and these things become useless. So you have all the knowledge. That's so the time it takes for people to learn things is already stored in that chip, and then how are we gonna advance? Well, it's gonna be I don't know how it's gonna be that word. If we all have the same knowledge, how are we gonna communicate? How our psychology, our feeling gonna deal and conflict, and how do we don't want it? And we reject things just because we don't want it, and accept things just because we want it. So these are advanced topics about the impact of AI on society, and so all these a lot of things worry much about things that we shouldn't worry about, and or we exaggerate about like the feelings. So we worry so much, and then when things in our lives, when things happen,
So maybe you went faster doing your essays and your homeworks, definitely. And that's not only about young people, that's also about journalists, people that are writing speeches, lots of people that are using it for lots of purposes, right? You're not losing only ownership on the product, on the final product, you're losing your skills. And when it comes to you saying, okay, we will replace you by a machine, then you don't even have the skills to find another job, right? That's the big issue. That's a risk that you might want to take. Once again, that's up to you. But just try to integrate that into the equation, right? When I'm writing a paper with ChatGPT, it's not only about the mark that I will get, which is a fraud, because that's not my value. That's the value of ChatGPT's work. Different, right? So I'm kind of a fraud. But it's also about me losing the skills that are necessary to write a paper. We had this discussion yesterday with Dr. Kadili about PhDs. Obviously, we can brag because we have PhDs, right? But PhDs is nothing. What is important is what we've learned doing our PhD, and the inferences, and how to do research, and how to make connection between different dots from different things, right? And this, and I can't tell you because that's my experience, it helps me in my everyday life, right? To do this kind of things. If I lose those skills, I'm nothing. Yes, I will have a PhD, great. I can brag with people and say, oh, look, I'm a doctor, great. That's not important. The important point is that I have skills. And those skills, they are transferable. These are the soft skills that Professor Kitani was talking about. Those soft skills, you can transfer them. PhD, you cannot transfer it. You have a PhD in that, you can transfer it in another field. But the skills that I've acquired through my PhD, I can use it. When I immigrated to Canada, that's exactly what I did. I didn't get a job teaching right away. I had to use my soft skills. One of my soft skills was speaking English, great, and also having this kind of engineering background because I was in the military before that, right? And then all the things that I've learned, communication, these kind of things, I've been able to sell them. I didn't sell my PhD, I sold my soft skills. And that, it is exactly what made me find jobs at the very beginning and start working. Exactly. That was marketable, definitely. But that was transferable. Soft skills are transferable. So sorry for that.
Thank you. I want to answer two things very briefly before adding one last point of view of this whole AI thing. Well, first thing is going to be AI replacing humans, and second thing will be AI and university. For AI replacing humans, I think we should not be tough with our students because they are already anxious without AI. I mean, they are preparing to enter a very competitive work market without AI. So now add AI to that. I mean, a few years ago when I was looking for my first jobs, there were only humans and I was anxious. Now with AI, your anxiety is very normal. That's what I wanted to say. Now you have the time. What you should know that you have the time. You have maybe 1, 2, 3 years to prepare yourself for what's going to happen. That's what all the other persons that already had their degree didn't have. We didn't have the chance to prepare ourselves for a world with AI before having our degree. So that's an important thing. But as I said, anxiety for this subject is something really normal, especially when you're still working for your first job. Second point is AI used in university for, I mean, essays or master thesis or PhD thesis. I think we always had something in the university. It's called defending the thesis. And we never stopped at the document of the thesis. We always go in the defense of the thesis. I think we should, at the universities, develop new ways to meet the students and see if they have actual knowledge. I think, and that's what we want to say for the students, we should apply it too. We should develop our ways, we should change our ways of judging the students and what they have in their mind. One last thing I wanted to add, and I think it's a deeper question. The question is, what do we want with all of this? What do we want with everything we are creating? I quoted the creative destruction in my the first words I said, and that what are we trying to reach with everything humanity creates? What are the end game of all of this? What humanity is doing, not only with AI, but with everything we are trying to make, is that, like I said, to make our life here. But at the end of the day, and at the end of the journey, I think we're going to reach a point where humans do nothing and human-made invention will have to do everything for us. And we really ask ourselves what we want. For I mean, 200-300 years, we've been going this marathon of inventing things, developing ourselves. And the question here is that what are we trying to reach? Are we trying to reach a world where we have to do nothing and robots and human-made invention do everything? And in this point, if we reach, what's going to be the economic model? Are we going to still be in a capitalistic world? And I think not, because those who have capital will have everything, and those who doesn't work will not have ways to exist. And capitalism cannot be this way, because capitalism needs people, persons, to buy things from those who have the capital. So I think those are the questions. The real question is not only stopping at AI, but stopping at what we're trying to reach with everything, where there's not only AI, a lot of other great stuff that humanity is working on. And I really think we should ask ourselves this question: what are we trying to reach, and how are we going to deal with it once we reach it? Thank you.
Thank you, Karim. Non, derrière. Voilà.
Okay, so good morning, everybody. My name is Akram Gay.
More after this one, and then we move.
Okay, I would like to thank you, first of all, for giving me this opportunity to share my opinion. I wanted to point that nowadays, artificial intelligence is perceived as a daily task workers, like writing your essay or doing codes or so on. But for me, the potential of GPT is much more than that. It can go beyond the human capacity by combining both fast execution and intelligence that can develop itself to solve major problems in the world right now. So if we come back to our topic, instead of regulating artificial intelligence, I think that a full developed AI can itself regulate and manage our organizations, and why not our whole country?
The lady behind us, because she's very different for right now.
Hi, everybody. For me, I will start by saying that, as Mr. Karim said earlier, that we are an innovation and the AI exists and will exist in the future. So either we want it or no, we will end up by riding this train, and with its challenges and benefits, because otherwise we will never get to put our mark in this world. And so for me, we don't have to be afraid. I know we need to take precautions, but we also need to take the challenge. And about the part of the IA replacing the humans, we used to say the same thing when robots appeared in the first place. And did it replace us today? No, not really. So, and thank you.
Thank you.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for giving us this opportunity to express ourselves. My name is Qasim Abdullah, and I just want to give my point of view about all of these job losses consequences of the use of IA. For me, IA wouldn't create job losses. If we refer to the past, every time there is a revolution of this kind, when there is a new technology that takes jobs, it would also create new jobs. If we refer to the time when we started to use steam engines, when we started to use new technology and robots, as my friend said, there is a job loss at the first, but after a small time, there is new creation of new jobs and new kind of jobs. Why? Because humans are creative, not as IA. IA are just machine learner. They just learn by doing and just learn by the knowledge that we give them, not by the knowledge that they create, not as like human. They didn't reach the Turing test or didn't achieve all these tests of creativity like human. But I think the real challenge to talk about IA is the fake news. The biggest impact when we talk about IA is politics, for example, and decisions. When we talk about elections in the USA or in France or in a lot of countries, there is the deep fake videos, there is creation of fake news, and there is also the manipulation of people. This is the real challenge for me. But job losses is not a real issue for me, and for me, I'm not scared of these job losses. If there is a job loss at first, we would create jobs because we are creative as human, not as like a AI. And thank you.
Okay, thank you. You are really involved into that, right? I can hear that you really want to defend your stance, right? Interesting. I guess I'm sorry. We have to stop here because we have a panel. Just about job loss, if I may, we'll discuss that when you will lose your job and that you will have for another that created by AI, right?
question is how can we humans, as my colleague said, are creative. We are creative. They have made such intelligent machines or intelligent themselves.
Dr. Heavens, are you connected? Do you hear us? Dr. Virginie Martins, est-ce que vous êtes connecté? Est-ce que vous nous entendez?
Moi, je suis connectée, je vous entends.
Très bien, bon, vous avez la parole, s'il vous plaît.
Ah, très bien. Bah, écoutez, je vais brancher ma caméra alors.
Go ahead, please.
Bonjour. Alors, moi, je ne peux pas vous voir, mais a priori, vous pouvez me voir. Donc, je suis ravie d'être avec vous aujourd'hui pour parler d'un sujet qui est lié à la régulation de l'intelligence artificielle. Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Go ahead, we see you. Do you have slides? Do you want to share slides?
No, I don't have slides. Oh, that's fine.
Okay, we see you.
Okay, thank you. So, aujourd'hui, je vous parlerai en français parce que pour une fois, j'ai la chance de pouvoir m'exprimer en français. Si jamais il y avait des questions en anglais, n'hésitez pas à me les poser. Je serai à même d'y répondre. Donc, le sujet d'aujourd'hui est assez vaste puisqu'on parle de la régulation de l'intelligence artificielle, l'état de l'art à l'heure actuelle, en 2022. Je voulais d'abord peut-être dire pourquoi c'était intéressant d'avoir ce sujet de conversation au Maroc aujourd'hui, puisque vous savez que le Maroc a été un des États qui a soutenu les recommandations éthiques de l'UNESCO en 2021, qui a également poussé l'année dernière, en juin 2022, pour qu'on ait un cadre d'analyse qui permette d'évaluer chaque pays pour voir où ils en étaient par rapport à la réglementation de l'intelligence artificielle. Et également, il y a énormément de choses qui se passent sur le continent africain. Vous avez l'Union africaine qui est en train de développer une stratégie pour le continent. Vous avez également des réglementations qui existent pour essayer d'avoir un marché commun au niveau de l'Afrique. Et vous avez également des différentes lois sectorielles et des stratégies d'intelligence artificielle au niveau national dans à peu près 25 pays. Et le Maroc est en train de réfléchir sur cette question. Vous avez également un tissu important de start-up soit sociales ou des startups purement en technologie. Et donc, vous allez être concernés par cette question de la réglementation. Et d'autant plus que vous avez des défis qui sont liés aux objectifs du développement durable, que sont l'environnement, mais également ce qu'on appelle le gap digital avec les inégalités qu'il y a entre les zones urbaines et les zones rurales, mais également entre les femmes, les hommes et entre les différents pays au niveau du continent africain. Ensuite, je voulais également peut-être revenir sur l'importance pour vous en tant qu'ingénieur ou que cadre dirigeant ou chef de projet dans les entreprises de la réglementation en matière d'intelligence artificielle. C'est sûr que c'est quelque chose qui peut paraître un peu loin de vos activités et également de vos cours à l'université à l'heure actuelle, mais pour autant, c'est pas la première fois que les ingénieurs sont confrontés à l'importance de la réglementation et doivent l'incorporer dans leur activité. Ça fut le cas déjà au XVe siècle quand Léonard de Vinci a développé des armes où il s'est posé la question de savoir quelle était l'utilité pour la société. Et plus récemment, dans les années 70 et 80, vous savez qu'avec les grands projets d'infrastructures internationaux qui ont été faits en Afrique, mais également en Asie, on a eu des répercussions sur l'environnement, mais également sur les populations locales. Et du coup, c'est posé la question de savoir dans quelle mesure les entreprises, les chefs de projet, les ingénieurs, ceux qui calculent en amont, qui coordonnent le projet, ne sont pas impactés, ne doivent pas être plus conscients des enjeux et de la réglementation. Et c'est là que sont nés 3 principes directeurs pour les entreprises qui sont protégés, respectés et ensuite réparés. Avec l'intelligence artificielle, je dirais que c'est encore plus important pour vous parce que l'intelligence artificielle est très intrusive, c'est-à-dire qu'elle est présente dans tous les secteurs, elle est présente pour des services, pour des produits, elle est présente maintenant sur quasiment tous les continents et dans chaque pays et donc elle appelle à une réflexion, d'autant plus que maintenant elle concerne non seulement des consommateurs mais également des citoyens. Et donc que ça affecte notre vie privée, notre liberté de mouvement. On l'a vu avec les applications Covid pendant la période de Covid, mais également, je ne sais pas, le respect de la vie privée, je l'ai déjà dit, les données, plein de choses comme ça qui sont importantes. Donc c'est pour ça que pour vous, en tant que soit directeur d'entreprise, soit directeur général, soit ingénieur, il est important que vous compreniez l'importance de la réglementation, non pas comme un frein, mais comme un soutien et comme un cadre qui vous permet en fait de vous inscrire dans un mouvement mondial, puisque c'est de ça qu'il s'agit. Ensuite, vous serez aussi amené à faire des compromis entre la compétitivité, l'innovation, le respect de ces règles et aussi le cadre, le retour sur investissement, les bénéfices de votre entreprise et la gouvernance que vous mettez en place. Donc, c'est vraiment crucial pour vous de comprendre. Aujourd'hui, j'aimerais vous présenter le cadre réglementaire en matière d'intelligence artificielle en prenant l'exemple mathématique des ensembles et des sous-ensembles, ce qui va vous permettre quand même de comprendre un petit peu comment cela s'agence et comment vous pouvez incorporer ça, soit au niveau d'un projet, soit au niveau d'une entreprise. Alors, le premier grand ensemble qu'on a au niveau de la réglementation de l'intelligence artificielle, je dirais que c'est des grands principes directeurs qui sont les principes éthiques et qui sont un peu des règles fondamentales comme vous avez en mathématiques ou en physique, qui sont l'addition, le principe des forces ou au sein d'une entreprise, qui sont les questions de base du management. Donc ça, ce sont les règles éthiques qu'on a définies en intelligence artificielle. Elles ont été développées de façon exponentielle à partir de 2017 et à l'heure d'aujourd'hui, on a quand même un consensus sur 5 ou 7 principes directeurs qui se retrouvent dans tous les principes éthiques au niveau des entreprises, au niveau des États et également au niveau du seul texte international qu'on a à l'heure actuelle depuis 2021, que sont les recommandations éthiques de l'UNESCO. Je voudrais en citer donc 5. Vous avez la transparence, c'est-à-dire comprendre comment fonctionnent vos algorithmes, vos codings ou vos services, la confiance que les utilisateurs portent à vos produits et à vos services, également le respect de la vie privée et le respect des données, puisque vous voyez que c'est de plus en plus important. Vous avez déjà eu 2 ans de suite, je crois, au niveau de l'Afrique, un congrès sur la gouvernance des données qui a montré que c'était aussi une problématique auquel vous faisiez face sur le continent africain. On a le problème également de la responsabilité. Si jamais il y a un défaut au niveau d'un algorithme de machine learning, mais également au niveau des drones, parce que l'intelligence artificielle a les mêmes problématiques que les technologies émergentes, qui sera responsable? Et toute la question aussi de la sécurité de l'utilisateur et également de la protection des données. Donc ça, c'est vraiment des principes qui sont importants, c'est-à-dire qu'elles structurent votre pensée, votre raisonnement, que ça soit pour ceux qui sont en école de commerce au niveau de la gouvernance et que si c'est pour les ingénieurs, plutôt au niveau de la conception du projet et des lignes directrices que vous allez mettre en place dans le développement, la conception, mais également, j'allais dire, le scale-up ou l'étendue, l'expansion de vos projets. Ce sont des règles qui ne sont pas contraignantes, qui ne sont pas appliquées de la même façon dans toutes les entreprises, mais vraiment que je pense qu'ils doivent être retenus comme des principes auxquels vous vous référez pour véritablement impulser votre réflexion autour de projets. Ensuite, on a un cadre plus contraignant, et ça, c'est un deuxième sous-ensemble dans ce grand cadre juridique que forme le corpus des règles de loi au niveau international, européen et puis au niveau régional, que sont les lois et les règlements. Donc là, vous avez 2 grandes tendances, 2 grands pôles. Vous avez la tendance plutôt qui est suivie en Europe, que ce soit la France, l'Allemagne et l'Italie, qui est une vision de la loi avec une approche basée sur les risques, donc véritablement une analyse de risque par rapport aux différentes intelligences artificielles ou différents systèmes d'intelligence artificielle qui sont déployés, où là on a des obligations en fonction de la dangerosité ou du risque élevé qui est décidé par rapport aux évaluations qui sont faites. Et vous avez une approche un peu plus souple et holistique qui correspond un peu au Japon, aux États-Unis, qui est une approche, je dirais, où on se centralise plus sur l'impact et qu'on essaye d'être un peu plus agile, moins contraignant, en essayant que les entreprises s'autorégulent. La distinction entre les deux est de moins en moins importante, puisqu'on a vu qu'aux États-Unis, il y avait quand même une tendance à aller de plus en plus vers le modèle européen, avec le Bill of Rights de l'intelligence artificielle de 2022 et également avec des standards au niveau de l'analyse des risques qui ont été publiés en 2022 par l'organisme national des standards aux États-Unis, qui est un bon cadre de référence pour vous parce que véritablement là, ils ont une approche risque telle que l'entreprise peut l'avoir, ce qui vous permet véritablement d'être guidé dans votre réflexion sur la gestion des projets. Vous avez sous ça des corpus plus particuliers ou sectoriels. C'est le cas alors au niveau européen. Vous savez qu'au niveau européen, vous avez un grand texte général qui est l'acte européen de l'intelligence artificielle, où là, on a 3 niveaux de risque qui ont été identifiés et qui structurent également votre pensée quand vous êtes chef de projet ou chef d'entreprise. Est-ce que mon application IA a un risque très important et un impact sociétal, auquel cas je me réfère à une annexe qui est attachée au texte et je vois si l'intelligence artificielle que je suis en train de développer a été interdite en Europe. C'est le cas, par exemple, pour, vous savez, le principe du scoring social, c'est-à-dire une intelligence artificielle qui permet de récolter des données sur les utilisateurs et sur les citoyens, et en fonction de bons comportements, le fait qu'ils payent leurs dettes, le fait qu'ils sont inscrits auprès de l'État, plein de critères, permet en fait de donner un scoring sur les citoyens. Ça, par exemple, on a décidé qu'en Europe, c'était trop attentatoire aux libertés. On a décidé de le considérer comme un risque trop important et donc d'interdire la technique. Vous avez plein de listes de systèmes d'intelligence artificielle qui sont dans l'annexe. Elle est encore en cours de discussion et le Parlement européen a fait beaucoup de modifications et on verra quel sera le texte final dans quelques mois, mais c'est une bonne indication. Le deuxième niveau de risque au niveau européen, on va dire que c'est les risques moyens et modérés pour lesquels on a considéré qu'on n'interdirait pas l'utilisation de l'intelligence artificielle et du système, mais qu'on mettrait des conditions. Différentes conditions qui réglementent l'usage, qui réglementent aussi tout le cycle d'un projet et qui vous permet ensuite d'encadrer cette utilisation et cette mise sur le marché du produit. Et enfin, vous avez tout un panel, je dirais, d'intelligence artificielle jugée comme non invasive et comme ne portant pas atteinte en fait ou de risques particuliers pour la société et pour lequel du coup vous n'avez pas véritablement d'obligation. Ça dépendra plus des process que vous avez mis en interne. En plus de ces règles générales qui s'appliquent à l'intelligence artificielle au niveau régional européen, qui est un peu repris également dans l'optique des conventions qu'il y a lieu au niveau continental en Afrique avec l'Union africaine, même si vous n'en êtes pas encore à cette définition du risque, mais quand même, vous avez une approche qui est un peu plus basée sur le risque. Vous avez des textes annexes, des textes sectoriels. Par exemple, c'est le cas du Digital Service Act, où on a essayé d'encadrer les services digitaux, mais également le Digital Market Act, où on a essayé de mieux réguler le marché de l'Internet, le marché du digital en Europe. Ce que vous avez également, puisque je sais que l'Union africaine et d'autres organisations au niveau du continent africain sont en train de réfléchir pour véritablement avoir un marché digital en Afrique et suivre donc peut-être, ou en tout cas s'aligner un peu sur les règles européennes ou sur d'autres règles s'il y en avait. Au niveau des États-Unis, comme je l'ai dit, on a plus une approche sectorielle, c'est-à-dire qu'ils ont un grand corpus, comme ça existe déjà au Maroc, mais dans d'autres pays africains, comme notamment l'Afrique du Sud. Ils ont beaucoup de lois qui existent déjà en matière du droit des consommateurs, en matière d'utilisation des plateformes, même si c'est pas encore très régulé. Et donc là, en fonction du type de produit que vous allez développer, vous vous référez à ces différents textes et, comme je l'ai dit auparavant, à l'analyse de risque qui a été développée au niveau national et qui est assez bien faite, ce qui vous permet véritablement de comprendre. Par rapport à est-ce que ces lois s'appliquent, seraient applicables au niveau du continent africain, je pense que les réflexions ont été très poussées aussi bien au niveau européen qu'au niveau américain, qu'au niveau canadien. On a également au niveau de l'Angleterre des nouveaux principes qui viennent d'être lancés et une nouvelle réglementation au niveau de l'intelligence artificielle où de plus en plus on se rend compte qu'on doit non seulement avoir un cadre mais être agile, c'est-à-dire comprendre les difficultés de l'entreprise, essayer d'encadrer l'innovation et comment faire en sorte que la réglementation suive la vitesse des innovations, parce que vous savez qu'en intelligence artificielle, ça va très vite. GPT a été lancé 3 mois après, il y avait déjà la 4e version. Donc, en moins de 3 mois, ils ont réussi à mettre à jour leur produit, à l'améliorer, à lancer 4 versions. Donc, ça va très vite. Et autant vous dire que c'est vrai, la loi ne peut pas suivre. C'est-à-dire que la loi est un processus plus lent, le processus réglementaire est plus lent et précède rarement les innovations ou les avancées technologiques. Donc, il y aura toujours un décalage un peu avec le cadre réglementaire. Pour autant, c'est des bonnes pistes de réflexion qui doivent toujours être adaptées à votre contexte local, régional, mais également au niveau du pays. Vous devez prendre en compte l'historique du pays, le contexte éthique, je dirais, culturel, la langue, et voir ce qui est le mieux adapté. Et c'est pour ça que je pense que c'est un bon moment pour vous d'aller voir la réglementation au niveau européen et mondial, parce que ça peut vous inspirer dans les négociations qu'il y a à l'heure actuelle pour véritablement mettre en place quelque chose qui est adapté aux besoins du continent africain et par exemple du Maroc. Ce que je voulais également mettre en avant, c'est que donc ce corpus existe. Il y a aussi des corpus de lois qui existent au niveau européen, international en matière de cybersécurité. Vous avez énormément de choses au niveau du Conseil de l'Europe qui ont non seulement une convention, et notamment le Maroc qui est parti, mais ont également ce qu'on appelle des principes directeurs ou des guidelines qui sont assez bien faits également et qui rentrent un peu plus dans le cycle d'un projet, que ce soit les principes directeurs en matière de reconnaissance faciale, il y a des principes directeurs en matière de protection des données, et même s'il y a des grands principes généraux, il y a certaines fois, il y a vraiment des recommandations qui sont faites pour vous au niveau de comment faire pour une meilleure gouvernance, comment mieux gérer des projets, et ça, je pense que c'est assez utile. À l'heure d'aujourd'hui, je dirais, puisque la question c'était plutôt l'art de la régulation, je ne sais pas si on est arrivé à avoir un art de la régulation de l'intelligence artificielle. Comme je vous l'ai dit, on a essayé de créer des ensembles et des sous-ensembles qui permettent véritablement d'appréhender l'intelligence artificielle dans sa complexité. Je dirais qu'il n'y a pas de modèle parfait. On a eu un modèle de risque en Europe, un modèle un peu plus agile aux États-Unis, bien que, encore une fois, comme je vous l'ai expliqué, ils sont de plus en plus en train d'essayer d'avoir peut-être une approche un peu plus européenne, non pas parce que le modèle européen est meilleur, c'est juste que, au bout d'un moment, vos applications ou vos services vont également être exportables. Et donc, si vous exportez votre application sur un autre marché que sur celui sur lequel vous l'avez développé, forcément se posera la question, est-ce que mon produit et mon service est compatible avec les droits sur la région ou sur le pays sur lequel je le développe? Et comme l'Europe a un cadre un peu plus contraignant à l'heure actuelle, les autres pays essaient de faire des aligner. Est-ce qu'on a réussi l'art de la réglementation de l'intelligence artificielle? Je ne crois pas. Déjà, c'est quand même assez nouveau. Ça fait très longtemps qu'on n'a pas eu dans l'histoire de l'humanité, quel que soit le continent, une innovation qui vraiment bouleverse autant les structures sociétales et nous interroge un petit peu sur qu'est-ce qu'on veut, comment on dirige ces innovations. Donc, on ne l'a pas encore maîtrisé. Je pense qu'encore, vous arrivez à une période où vous avez énormément d'outils. Vous avez également de grandes compagnies qui ont développé en interne des process et des outils de gouvernance qui vous permettent d'avoir des pistes de réflexion. Mais ce qui est important, je pense encore, et qui n'est pas suffisamment pris en compte, c'est que même si les règles existent, elles doivent être appliquées. Et pour être appliquées, c'est-à-dire qu'elles doivent être adaptées, elles doivent être interprétées et surtout correspondre au pays dans lequel vous les appliquez. Un principe de droit, ça reste un principe de droit comme un principe directeur de physique ou de mathématiques, mais après, il faut l'appliquer. C'est un peu des mathématiques appliquées. Bon, la loi, c'est pareil. Vous avez des grands principes, vous avez un grand cadre. Après, c'est à vous de l'appliquer à votre contexte, à votre société, à vos services, à vos produits, aux populations pour lesquelles vous destinez votre application. C'est d'autant plus important de faire cette étude d'impact et cette étude de contexte que vous allez peut-être être amené à relever des défis qui sont dans les objectifs de développement durable, puisque vous avez une politique assez ambitieuse en matière d'environnement au niveau de l'Afrique et au niveau du Maroc. Et donc, vous avez un impact forcément sur l'environnement, sur les gens, et donc vous serez amené à avoir une réflexion un peu plus poussée. Il faut voir encore une fois, comme je l'ai dit au début de mon intervention, non pas le droit et le cadre réglementaire comme un frein, mais plutôt comme quelque chose qui vous sécurise, qui vous permette de comprendre un peu quelles sont les règles du jeu, quels sont les paramètres à prendre en compte dans votre problème et d'essayer d'être un peu plus simple. De toute façon, vous aurez des services juridiques qui vous aideront à mettre en œuvre ces règles. Et donc, pour vous, c'est plutôt de comprendre quels sont les grands principes éthiques. Qu'est-ce que je dois faire attention quand je développe un projet et essayer de voir en interne comment vous pouvez les mettre en œuvre. Parce qu'à l'heure d'aujourd'hui, c'est ce qui manque. On a des principes, ils existent, la réglementation va être votée, elle va être améliorée avec le temps, il y aura forcément des choses qui n'iront pas, des choses que nous n'aurons pas vues, c'est le processus normal de mettre en place des normes et des lois. En revanche, ce qui manque encore à l'heure actuelle, c'est la mise en œuvre. La mise en œuvre, encore une fois, peut être simple, elle peut être agile, c'est un processus itératif. Donc, en fonction de vos projets, en fonction du développement de votre structure, vous améliorez toujours le circuit en interne qui vous permet d'intégrer très rapidement le cadre réglementaire à vos process, à votre gouvernance. Et encore une fois, ça peut être très simple. Par exemple, si vous êtes chef de projet et que vous n'avez pas le temps de vous référer au service juridique ou à votre chef éthique ou à votre directeur général, les questions, c'est toujours un peu les questions. Pourquoi je développe ce produit et ce service? Quelles en sont les conséquences? Qui sera touché par ce produit et ce service? Est-ce que ça respecte les droits des individus? Donc, c'est 4 ou 5 questions qui semblent assez généralistes, mais finalement, quand on se les pose, déjà, ça a le mérite de se les poser. Et ensuite, ça entraîne une réflexion au sein de l'équipe. Vous voyez votre projet un peu différemment et non pas juste comme une ligne de coding, je dirais, ou comme un service qui est développé, mais quelque chose qui va interagir avec une communauté, avec un pays, avec une région. Donc ça, c'était pour vous rendre voilà, le cadre réglementaire de l'intelligence artificielle de façon, je dirais, un peu plus dynamique et un peu plus vivant. Voilà, c'est ce que je voulais partager avec vous aujourd'hui. Et si vous avez des questions, n'hésitez pas.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you for the update on the state of AI. Thank you so much. So we'll move to the next speaker, Dr. John Havens. Are you ready?
Hello.
Okay. Well, Miss Virginia, if you could stay with us for the Q&A, and so we have yes, Dr. Havens. He's executive director of IEEE, that is Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineering Global Initiative on Ethics of Autonomous and Intelligent Systems. So the floor is yours, Dr. Evans.
Thank you. I'll speak for maybe 10 minutes, if that works. And thank you so much for the invitation. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. And also, I hope I'm saying this correctly, but Ramadan Mubarak for anyone who is celebrating Ramadan.
Dr. Heavens, you're free to speak more than 10 minutes.
Oh, all right.
Please, take your time.
Okay. I'm going to speak. I'll speak for 4 hours. I'm kidding.
Well, that's fine.
No. I'm going to speak. I'll speak for about 10 or 15 minutes, and then I have to leave for a call in about half an hour.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, please.
But again, shukran, thank you again for the opportunity to speak. So in terms of what I'll be saying, first I want to point out that I am a staff member. I work for IEEE. My views don't necessarily represent those of my employer, meaning IEEE. IEEE is a very big global organization, and I'm really honored to work where I do. And in terms of a background, back in 2016, I came to IEEE as a consultant, and I've written a book called Artificial Intelligence, Embracing Our Humanity to Maximize Machines. And I was really looking, when I wrote that book, to examine a lot of the topics that we're talking about today. And I really enjoyed the previous panel, by the way. When I went to IEEE, the goal was to sort of create a code of ethics for artificial intelligence, or explore these themes and then write standards that engineers or policymakers or business people could use, sort of translating, as it were, these applied ethics issues we're talking about towards systems engineering, and just applying, these issues we're talking about. How do you pragmatically, as we say, move from principles to practice? So with about 700 volunteers over the course of 3 years, we created a document called Ethically Aligned Design, and I'll put that link in the chat. And there was a standards series created called the IEEE 7000 series, and IEEE names standards with numbers. But what's exciting is that this series of standards was the first time that the IEEE Standards Association mixed or put together socio and technical issues. Really said, how do we consider societal issues in standards, which is really challenging, frankly. And one thing that we discovered in the work is a key tool to have these answers is really to do what you're doing with this panel, is to encourage interdisciplinary dialogue, certainly bring people together from different regions, cultures, and languages. Because a key thing we recognized very early on is when the engineers were talking about ethics, that tended to be quite different than when the lawyers talked about ethics. And then it was different when people from certain NGOs focusing on human rights, even though a lot of those were also lawyers, talked about ethics. And here I don't even mean they were coming to agreement or not. I mean, literally the definition of certain terms in various professions means different things. The word values, for instance, means different things. And especially when you bring economists or people focused on financial issues, then the word value, of course, means something different as well. So in your last panel, I guess my main point for what I'll be talking about today, the thing I was most excited about our work when it came time to decide which principles were the most important. And there's so many wonderful principles around the world, the OECD AI principles. UNESCO is doing fantastic work with principles. There was groundbreaking work in Dubai in the UAE, which I got to be a part of, with different principles. And anytime a government or company puts together a list of principles and says these things are important, like transparency and accountability, etc., that is just fantastic news. And in terms of regulation, for this talk, these are critical things to talk through. What does accountability actually look like when regulating a certain system, an AI system? And in the United States, there's fantastic work being done by NIST, the organization, about risk. What are the things to be careful of, and what do we need to recognize in terms of harms that we may know about and harms that we don't. But what I want to talk about is the first 3 principles of ethically aligned design, which were voted on by the volunteers who created the document. Number 1 is human rights. And we had a meeting where a number of lawyers came to a meeting. We were in Austin, Texas, and we had come up, we had a first draft of the paper. It had gotten a lot of feedback. People were excited. And we had 3 or 4 very prominent human rights experts, I still remember, who raised their hand. And they said, this is wonderful work, but applied ethics. And I say applied ethics because that's a quick reminder. The study of ethics, how you apply those studies is then how it has impact, meaning examining ethics is great. Utilitarianism, deontological ethics, virtue ethics, these give you directions to think about, but applying those tools makes them methodologies. Anyway, the human rights lawyers raised their hand and said, this is great, but what about human rights international law? And I remember in the meeting, we all kind of looked around and we're like, yeah, that seems important. And of course, we had talked about human rights a lot. But the point was, these people said, how does this work look different if the first thing that's prioritized, the first thing, are questions about human rights, before questions of economics, before questions of progress or growth, as these things are normally prioritized in, say, business or government? Now, to be clear, it's not that these things are not important. It's a question of how design completely and inexorably changes depending on what you prioritize and when. So the first question when you build something is, how do we keep it from harming people? Great, not human rights, but you say we don't want this to physically harm people. We know that a certain algorithm has been shown to, put young kids at risk, right? And a company, well-intentioned, says, well, let's avoid those things. The main priority that they have in general is to get that product, service, or system to the market fast, because the ultimate key performance indicators of business and in general society that the entire world agrees on is GDP, or gross domestic product. I bring this up because there's a system thinking logic, because now I work in sustainability, that is really helpful for me to think about sometimes. And thanks for letting me skip around. My coffee is kicking in. But there's 3 circles in a diagram that really helps me think about these issues. The first circle is economic. And that circle, whether it's in Morocco, the United States, the United Kingdom, an indigenous community in New Zealand, whatever those economic systems are, and they're important, but they dictate what happens in terms of sort of progress and well-being for that group. The next circle above that is cultural ideas. And this is sort of what controls aspects of things like regulation, at least for a regional regulation. And culture is extremely important. And a lot of times we had questions about, how do you think about ethical issues globally when there's so many different societies, et cetera? So that's what I want to talk about here. And culture is incredibly important. And it again, influences economics to such a degree that culture over time can change how economics or regulation is done. The circle around that, and in sustainability circles where I work now, the circle around that is planetary ecosystems. And basically that just means the planet. A lot of times in conversations, it's easy to forget around climate change and sustainability that whatever one thinks about climate change, meaning the science of the IPCC report, the Paris Accord, et cetera, these are things that I point to in terms of scientists saying, here is the latest science about how the planet is heating to 1.5 degrees or higher. Here is how reports from Australia a few years ago with their devastating wildfires, how many of species were lost in Australia that affect ecosystems. It's not just sad that a species goes away. A combination of those species harm everything else, including humans. There's loss of insects, and then the birds suffer. The birds go away, and the trees suffer, etc. So the point is that larger circle is a reminder that no matter what people do anywhere in the world, the planet in general will go forward. I use the pronoun she for the planet, so she will keep going forward. She'll just be so hot, and there'll be so many other issues with flooding, etc. It will mean that we, the 8 billion humans on the planet, won't be able to survive very well. And as you all know, wherever you are, in Morocco, I'm in New Jersey, but as a rule, where I am in New Jersey, I don't have to worry about most climate emergency that most people, a majority of the world's people face today. I had a call with a woman from South Africa about a month ago who wants to join the Planet Positive 2030 work that I lead, and would love to have anyone here join that work. It's free to join. I'll talk more about it. And you did say I could talk longer, so let me know if I should stop talking soon. But this woman in South Africa said, let's have our call. I just have to drive home through traffic. And I think she lives in Johannesburg. I said, okay. And she texted at one point, she said, I won't be able to make the call. I'm still caught in traffic. And I thought, fine, that happens all the time. And then when she chatted with me, she said, well, if you didn't know, in South Africa, there's not electricity in major parts of the city, or Johannesburg rather, or I think the whole country, at various times. And that means there's not electricity to power the traffic lights. So traffic gets really bad. And, she had water, although South Africa also, as you know, had that day zero threat a few years ago. And they may have that situation again, All that is to say, that larger circle of the planet needs to be a reminder to us. And now I'll come back to artificial intelligence and the conversation I made about the lawyers before. Number one, if the first moment we build technology, we are not asking questions about human rights, using tools for business like the Ruggie principles, other accepted human rights international law, and I mean literally at the very beginning of a blueprint at a company or academic, an academic idea for a product goes to the market, starts to get funding. At that juncture, with whatever tools are available, if companies who are creating or whoever's creating that technology doesn't say, what about the human rights issues here? And they don't have methodologies to test to the best of their ability before the product, service, or system is released, aspects of human rights, then it should be assumed that human rights harms will happen. So for me, in terms of regulation, if there is known harm that will happen, right? And by known harm, I mean, it's not like someone saying, we know this is going to happen, let's release this. That's illegal. But the point is where science hasn't said, hey, what are the harms with this tool? And society is not encouraging people to test more rigorously using human rights as the first, way to test. That is irresponsible design. It is absolutely irresponsible. And I'm not a regulator. I'm not a policy person. And I deeply sympathize with how hard that must be, having been to the United Nations a number of times, or the OECD, et cetera, UNESCO, so many people I admire. But someone in these conversations, I'll make a point like this, raises their hand and says, don't hinder innovation, which usually means, hey, what we're talking about now scares me because I think it's going to mean I can't run my company the way I need to. And to be fair to the person saying that statement, if the main metric of success for that company and country is essentially still GDP, what that means is at the country level and at the shareholder level, we can have these wonderful talks about AI and regulation, but that highest level paradigm means people go back to their companies and they are expected to deliver every quarter the numbers, the metrics that go back to growth. And there's something wrong with growth or profits, but when it's prioritized first and it's the main metric of success over human rights, again, that means products go out and then different aspects of human rights are understood, or very challenging issue of things like a supply chain. You want to build a wonderful tool like a phone, and when you actually build it from a sustainability standpoint, you can measure your emissions and say, hey, the good news is we're lowering emissions from an ESG, environmental, social, and governance standpoint. We're doing our best. And by the way, I believe when companies say this, right, a lot of times they are really doing their best. But if they're not thinking about the whole supply chain, and if they're not responsible to the whole supply chain, or what's called scope 3 emissions, then they may not realize that in the Congo, for instance, where a lot of materials for core minerals like lithium are mined, there's child labor that's used to get those minerals. This is where things become challenging and people get nervous, which I understand. I do, because I buy the phone. I'm part of the supply chain. But if regulation essentially says, we all know that these human rights violations are happening, but we have to prioritize economics. We have to increase GDP because we believe it's an ideology that increase in GDP equals increase in equitable human and planetary progress. Well, again, I'm speaking for myself, but I've worked in this space for 10 years, which is not that much, meaning AI, et cetera. But I've worked in trying to understand GDP and economics for a long time. And let me just say it, look around. There's so many wonderful aspects of modern life and technology, but where GDP is still prioritized and companies still have to go to shareholders first, and growth is the first thing you look at, then the things that you don't look at will continue to suffer. And in terms of regulation, because my point here is, I started off my talk trying to say, and I'm sure very bad Arabic, what I believe is Blessed Ramadan. And you know, I celebrate Easter, and right before Easter is this time of what's called Lent. It's a time of reflection. It's not a denial to harm yourself. It's a time to reflect and say, what are my values? And whether it's God or faith, et cetera. And I want to be very honoring in terms of Muslim traditions, et cetera. Those things which are the core part of who we are, why do we continue to ignore them when it comes to regulation and AI and whatever else? And when I say ignore them, I mean, we'll talk about them. On the last panel, someone was talking about God. It was fascinating. But then there's this sort of sense of like, okay, those are fine conversations, but let's get back to the main thing we have to do, which is economics. Always going back to this paradigm. Remember those 3 circles I talked about? The first circle is economic. It's very important. But the second and the third, especially the third, Our planet is telling us, she is showing us, I am in crisis. And so many people, are suffering today. So let me go back to this because I got to wind up my talk. Human rights has to be the first thing that we talk about in design and regulation. It doesn't mean it's easy. It doesn't mean it's going to dictate profits. But why? Why can we sit in rooms like these and say we know, not we, but whoever is building a technology that's going to at some point use a lot of child labor, and someone or the system says, that's too bad, but we can't do anything about it. Okay. So why do we have regulation? And I'm being very simplistic. And of course, thank you to the human rights lawyers, and thank you to the people that are focusing on this. And by the way, thank you to the organizers of this conference, because these conversations are where these changes can be made. But first and foremost, any technology for AI that moves forward and the people producing it can't say, here's the methodology we use that we went through, boom, 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 and we did our best to certify that we are honoring human rights. Second principle for ethically aligned design is focused on human well-being. And here I'm going to talk about human well-being and planetary sustainability. I've already kind of told you those circles ideas. Along with prioritizing human rights first, we must prioritize the planet in conjunction with human rights and well-being and planet health. This is not about being green. This is not about being political and saying, here are the science-based facts and this and that. It's about saying, if we don't have minerals to produce things, then you can't produce things. So you either use those minerals again, reusing them like through circular design. Sometimes science and technology, you can come up with a new way to deal with that, which is fantastic. Again, I'm honored to work at IEEE because technology, in conjunction with putting the planet first, is, I believe, the only way we get to a healthy planet for all. And by the way, I say for all in terms of equity. 8 billion people need to have water and food, not just a tiny, tiny portion of, very wealthy people around the world who can afford it. So think of, and I'll end here, I guess, think of a world where the first question when anyone's either doing policy for artificial intelligence or creating, the tools, the algorithms or the systems or the hardware around artificial intelligence, they walk into a room and the first thing they say is, hey, here's this new phone or this new system, and we want to do this with the system. And the first question and methodology they go through is, great, how will our entire supply chain, whether it's, online and it's digital, so there's no physical hardware, but all of those different processes to compute and e-waste or whatever else. The first question is, how do we give back more to the planet? This is a term like we have called Planet Positive. And I'll put the link in for that program. Would love to have you join our committees for that work. How do you give back more to the planet in your process, right? Net zero means you don't harm the planet. That will not make the planet safe and habitable for a majority of people for the next even 20 or 30 years. We have to be asking every time we make something, how do we give back more? So in a supply chain system, recycling, reusing, etc., to say what we're giving back, or whatever it is, to give back more planetary ecosystems, not just the emissions, but thinking about water and land, and in conjunction with increasing human well-being. I was just reading a study before I came on here about loneliness coming out of London. Mental health in terms of climate crisis is skyrocketing, especially for young people. And I'm 54. I also believe it is irresponsible for anyone around the world to say things like, young people don't care about climate change, or millennials don't care about, first of all, they do. You can look at research from Yale University's study of media communications. They care a lot, being very general here, but there's this fear that their leaders around the world, this is not just one region, are not prioritizing the safety of the planet. And that's because they're right. They're right. I'm 54. I have 2 children. I want them to look at me in 5 or 10 or 20 years and say, Dad, I saw that you worked as hard as you could to help people, first of all, look inward and take care of themselves, not selfishly, but to say, am I worth more than money? Am I worth more than being tracked? And my only worth comes from, how much money I make. Or can we start tracking and prioritizing things about how we help others? So caregiving, for instance, and caregiving being actually tracked in the GDP means the GDP goes up. When that self-kindness, people feel they can take care of themselves, and that's the loneliness, the mental health, they have tools to care for themselves, then they're better equipped to care for other people. And like I said, in terms of interdisciplinary, intergovernmental, interregion, we start looking at each other and saying, I want your children in Morocco and your grandchildren and your great-grandchildren to breathe clean air and to have water. I want my kids in New Jersey to have the same. We need to be prioritizing at the outset of design, or we're going to be irresponsible. And more importantly, our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren will suffer if we don't say, how do we protect our beautiful planet first and increase? Every time we make something with accountable metrics, we'll know that when we're building something, we're giving back more to the planet, not just net zero, but planet positive, like I said. Same thing with human well-being. How do we know that these tools will increase kids' mental health, for instance? And are these hard questions to answer? Yes and no. We have marketing tools that can, in a second, encourage someone to buy something. Okay, nothing wrong with buying things. But it's not like we can't have those tools also be prioritizing someone's mental health. So thank you again, Shokran, for this opportunity to speak. I do apologize because I have to jump off, and I'll send links to Muhammad, who invited me. But in terms of regulating AI, I guess ultimately I'd say, imagine a future where regulation is enforced, but instead of it being this fear of like, oh, things are going to be regulated, we all take a deep breath and go, hey, joyfully, whether it's policymakers or companies, students, young people, people from around the world, the indigenous, as someone on the past panel was saying, who is not normally at these tables, and we get to hear those voices. There's innovation. That's R&D. These voices saying, this is how we know we can keep our planet and people safe for 7 or more generations to come. Won't those conversations be thrilling? Won't those conversations, and of course, we have to have money. Sure, that's a given. But it's more about the water and the air that will keep people with fresh food systems and eco-cities, etc. Think of how exciting those, and when someone says, hey, don't hinder innovation, someone else is going to say, hey, hold on, let's be responsible. Don't hinder the future health of our planet and our children. And don't worry about being scared about the money stuff. We're going to work it out because we want everyone to be okay. Anyway, with that, I will say thank you so much again, and I got to jump off. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much, Dr. John Heavens. Thank you for your short 10-minute talk. We appreciate it. And he's gone. Okay. So our next speaker is Dr. Jassim Haji. Is he here? Dr. Haji? Yeah. And Dr. Haji is the president of the Artificial Intelligence Society and of the International Group of Artificial Intelligence in Bahrain. And Dr. Haji, the floor is yours. You are muted, probably. Can the admin change that? Try to log in as a speaker, not as a listener. That way you can turn on your mic. Okay, could you activate your mic? We saw you for a while. So, Dr. Mahindra, can you start the talk while Dr. Jassim is fixing his technical difficulties? Dr. Mahindra, do you hear us? Okay, we see you. We can't hear you yet. If you could unmute yourself. So, Dr. Mahindra Samaravikrama, he's a director of the Center for Sustainable Artificial Intelligence in Australia. And the floor is yours. Admin, could you work on the audio? So he's too.
Hello? Hello?
We hear you, but we don't see you. So you activated your mic, but disactivated your camera.
Hello? Can you hear me?
We hear you, we see you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Do you have
Thank
slides that you want to share or not?
Right. No, I don't have anything to share. I will just talk. So, thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm joining from Australia, Sydney. I'm other side of the world. So it's a great honor that getting this opportunity. And I heard the previous discussion, which is quite interesting. And I listened to a couple of questions and risk escalation of certain risks, which are so real. So I will start this discussion, even though this is about regulating artificial intelligence. I think we need to go back to ethics of because in any framework that before we implement laws and regulations, ethics play a role. Now we all know that the artificial intelligence which developed on top of the data, algorithms, and certain hypotheses, which are mostly governed through human decision making. Because of that, it is very important for us to understand that whatever reflect in the artificial intelligence, that what we see in day-to-day life, is a direct outcome, direct results from how the people made the decision. It might be a board of directors, it might be a senior leadership of certain organizations who develop this artificial intelligence. That's their risk appetite, that's their cultural value, which reflect from the implementation. And we see that several organizations have different risk appetite and different competitive strategies when it comes to implementing AI. And depending on those risk appetites and the competitiveness, we saw certain products and services like really aggressive in the marketing and like in sales perspective, as well as they also get some reputed damages because of some of the products and services. Now, when we talk ethics, there are like basically two dimensions we can look into. It's called utilitarianism and consequentialism. And utilitarianism of the ethics means basically we look into how AI is utilized, and irrespective of the way it is implemented, irrespective of the moral values or predetermined values, we just look into the overall benefits and values and the utility of certain products and services when we are looking into utilitarianism. In this perspective, when we discuss of ethics, United Nations Sustainable Development Goals kind of frameworks really people focus through AI. And it says like roughly 79% of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals can be achieved through AI. And it's really good when it comes to ethics, because if there is a good framework that we need to achieve by 2030, which is United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and if we can apply AI on sustainable development goals, that means we really apply responsible AI, ethical AI to achieve certain objectives. That's one aspect. On the other hand, when it comes to consequentialism of ethics, irrespective of the utility, we are looking into how we make the decisions, how we derive what are the value, like moral and ethical values of human that we need to apply when implementing AI. In this perspective, where the human rights, human autonomy, then human dignity, and so many human ethical and human values are applied when it comes to that perspective. And no matter how this product or services are valuable for like society, that AI should be implemented in by respecting those fundamental values in consequentialism perspective. Now, if we address those ethical dilemmas or ethical principles into practice, that AI should be eventually should be a responsible AI, and it should quite fit for the purpose of like running a good society. But the problem here is like AI is on the other hand create a significant capability for economic perspective, and because of that, it's a competitive edge of the business, and people want gain as much as possible. And it says like by 2030 it can contribute to roughly 15% at least for global GDP growth, and that's addressing customer experience, productivity, and new revenue stream. And because of that, organizations are aggressively moving into adopting AI and implementing AI, and that rush and that motivations to getting the economic goals creates few issues, particularly like biases in data, because we understand what are the dimensions of responsible AI, but time, value, and energy are limited, and because of that, people tends to rush into these objectives, and that's happened all the time. If you look into second industrial revolution and third industrial revolution, when steam engine is developed, that it will create climate issues in long run. And if you look back, that's bad ethics and governance around the technology, and that is same for the AI if we do that in a similar way. But now related to AI, this is more crucial than steam engine and climate change issue, because now we are looking into something influence the and autonomous decision making capability we are dealing with. If we implement it in a wrong way, that it can create more impact on health and safety, well-being, and socio-economic inequalities, trust, and whole lot of things that society is built. And because of that, the regulation emerged over like beyond ethics, and laws are now emerging, and we can look into like mainly two emerging frameworks and regulations. One is NIST, someone already talked about, and other one is EU AI Act. Now, if we look into NIST is a voluntary framework, which is look into more bottom-up approach. It reflects more reactive in nature. That United States doesn't, that's their risk appetite when implementing, when it comes to AI, is not as high as EU. Because of that, what they prefer is addressing the issues when they arise. Now, because of that, the voluntary NIST framework is not horizontal. It's apply in certain areas individually and in bottom-up voluntary base. But it also like promote the democracy and democratization of things, and then safety, interpretability, and whole lot of important dimensions when it comes to responsible AI. On the other hand, EU AI Act is a regulation. It's not a voluntary thing. It is still not in place, but it will come like GDPR. Now this will try to standardize according to European Union, that this is emerged as standardized the AI development across businesses, and it's both NIST and EU Act around the risk, because we identified like there is no question when it comes to the economic advantages and the value creation by AI. Everyone accepts there are huge significant potential for economic and sustainable development goals, economics, in terms of data science, AI, and AI. But when it comes to the problem is the risk. So now both frameworks try to address risk, and when it comes to European Union's AI Act, which is going to establish, there are specific areas they identified unacceptable risks, like prohibitive AI, which is categorized, which are mainly social scoring, like selecting people for jobs and selecting students for universities, and also real-time biometric processing, and also and various things. Now, so these things are prohibited because it impact on the privacy of the people and impact the people's living, the people's behavior when they are living in the society. So because of that, it's more it is appropriate that ban such thing. And we saw that before EU Act, people make autonomous weapons banned because of its impact on the human autonomy. So that is come before these regulations as a responsible AI. But this EU Act will promote more privacy-related issues related to AI, and I think the AI regulation is come in the right time. People never thought these ChatGPT kind of things are evolved so very like this fast, and I saw that in the yesterday news that there was a request, some of the leaders, that to temporarily hold the development of AI beyond ChatGPT 4 because the people identified the risks related to human augmentation, risk related to that without having clear vision where we are moving into. So AI is evolved quite so rapidly, but regulation starts sometimes back, even though it is not foreseen this much of exponential transformation of AI. That regulation start a few years back, and now it's right time, I think, for people to talk about regulation. And in this regulation perspective, it is right time that to understand how we augment humans in the future digital workforce, and what are the impacted job opportunities, and also what are the diversity, equity, inclusion kind of like how we bring sustainable development goals in again back into track, because even
you could wrap up. If you could wrap up, no, thanks.
Yeah, so I think the regulation is quite challenging, but there are frameworks emerged, and those frameworks are try to address explainable AI, transparency, safety, the basic human values. So we can see in near future the comprehensive AI regulations emerge, like as we see in the data perspective, the gold standard, like some of the GDPR and some of the cybersecurity frameworks emerge. In the same way, AI regulation is, I think, this is the right time, and we can see that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mahindra, for your informative talk. We will move on to Ms. Karen Tafur. She's the Director of Web Justicia, Justicia Training in Spain. And Karen, the floor is yours. If you could unmute yourself. If you could unmute yourself first. Okay.
Now. Okay,
Yes, we hear you.
Thank you very much. Happy to be here. So I have a very short introduction. Thank you for inviting me. So I am Karin Tafur. I am an artificial intelligence legal consultant regarding regulatory affairs in Europe. I am also a legal AI trainer. So I invite you to follow me in my LinkedIn account to write me for any kind of question regarding AI training, AI legal training, and so on. I am also a lawyer, book author, a speaker on AI topics. So I am happy again to be here this time to talk about the AI regulation in Europe, known as AI Act. I will focus on that. I think that is a very important topic for key actors linked with the AI system. I will talk about what kind of key actors need to know the perspective, but also the challenges, right? So I will divide this, my exposition, let's say, with 7 points, okay, because the time is very short. So I will try to do my best to respect the time. So the first point, I would like to mention that the AI Act is a regulation that all the companies, public and private companies, need to comply in order to enter in the European market. So, and it's also important, this small line that I will read, that is the AI Act applies regarding all whether the technology has been produced in a country outside of the European market. So companies or organizations, public or private, that are creating this AI system, if they want to enter in the European market, they need to comply with the AI Act. And of course, also it's important the scope regarding the AI definition that in March 3, looks like it's going to change. I will wait until I have the official release, okay? The second point that I want to talk also is what the previous colleagues were talking about, is that the AI regulation, we need to understand that it will be the first regulation worldwide, like a very big regulation to address all the they will try to address all the problematics that it can bring also, right? So it's interesting, this approach, I would say, because it's a regulation that is based, as my previous colleague said, like in a risk-based approach. And that means that if the AI system doesn't follow the AI Act, AI regulation, European AI regulation, it can be prohibited to enter in the European market. And also we need to remember, as my previous colleague also mentioned, like we have 4 risk level that we need to consider, right? But we need to consider when I am saying we need to consider, I am talking the producers, the public or private organization that produce. I am talking also the importers, the distributors, also the users, talking about companies or organizations that want to acquire or are acquiring this system. They need to realize that, to understand what kind of AI system they are acquiring, and why it's important to consider the regulation. Even the regulation is not in place right now. So the 4 AI level of risk, let's say, is like minimum risk, limited risk, high risk, and acceptable risk. An acceptable risk, we can talk about social scoring, right? That will be prohibited. High risk, we are talking about, for example, autonomous vehicles, scoring for exam, self-sorting software, etc. That will be permitted for the European market, but will be subject to comply with kind of requirement conformity assessment. The third, we'll say limited risk. We can talk about, this can be very, very difficult, chatbots. And that will be chatbot system generating deepfake or related. well, that will be permitted, but subject to information and transparency obligation. And the minimal risk, which doesn't represent restriction, we are talking about video games and spam filters. If you have any question, just you let me know, please. And the third point that I would like to talk is the AI Act doesn't reply the GDPR. We need to understand that GDPR is a regulation that applies to all the countries, I mean, all the European countries, okay? And it's focused in data privacy, let's say, okay? Personal data, right? And it doesn't overlap. The AI Act go further than GDPR. That is very important to understand. The fourth point is that the regulation also, this is important to know also for all the key actors, I would say, the regulation also imposed several fines for companies that fail to comply with the AI Act, reaching maximum of 6% global annual revenue, which is not basic money, let's say, or 30 million euros, whichever amount is higher. The third point that I would like to mention also is that the regulation, that from my point of view, after analyzing all the regulation, reading again and again and again, the regulation, the AI Act is designed to address mainly high-risk AI systems. First, we need to consider that. And also, the AI Act is focused in, how I can say this, the providers. In my point of view, when the AI Act mentions providers, they are talking about the producers, okay? So we need to understand that. There are more key actors, but the main focus of the AI Act are both high-risk AI system that we mentioned, we will maybe talk later, and also providers, okay? How I can say, the definition of each key actor for people who are in the business, let's say, for example, producer, people or organization, producers, importer, distributors, or user. This information is very, very well defined in the AI Act, okay? As my colleague mentioned also, here I try to explain, like, there are the AI system intend to be used in the AI Act. They mentioned 8 examples, let's say: biometric identification, management. They consider the AI Act, consider if the AI system is intended to use in these sectors or in that way, that will be considered a high risk. So I repeat, biometric identification, management and operation of critical infrastructure, education and vocational training, employment, and 5, access and enjoyment for essential private and public service and benefit. Law enforcement, we are talking, for example, about automated scoring for bail. The 7 we can say about migration and asylum and border control. If the AI system is tend to be used in this way, this will be considered a high risk. Okay. After also talking about the point 8, administration justice, we are talking about, for example, robot justice. We are talking about automatic sentencing assistance. So that it is my point number 6. This is interesting, and again, I will explain. This is very key point, I think. The AI Act is likely to become a law, maybe. Some comments, it says like will be in the end of 2023, looks like will be 2024, and with 1 year of grace of period. That means that once that the AI Act is enacted, all the organization will have 1 year grace period to comply with the regulation. But why right now the AI Act needs to be considered for key actors? Again, key actors. From the AI Act, key actors are providers, are importers, distributors, users, talking always about company which are going to use this system. From my point of view, also need to be considered the investors. I will explain myself why. The AI Act indicate that, for example, if you read very careful all the details, it says that AI, the user, talking about the companies, need to have kind of human oversight over the AI system. That means that the provider, meaning the producer, need to consider this requirement, because no investor, no user, talking about the companies which will buy this system, no producer, they don't want to produce something that's gonna be prohibited. An investor don't want to be investing in something that will be prohibited, and money will go to the trash, let's say, and the user don't want to invest in something that cannot be cannot comply with the regulation, because they don't want to have fines, I think. So that is very important. For that, for me, it's very important to mention. Even the AI Act is not in place, it's not enacted. I think that it's very important that those key actors need to consider the AI regulation, okay? And the 7th point that is kind of a bit large, but I will say, like, when we are talking about the regulation of the artificial intelligence system, we are not just talking about the AI Act, which of course is the first is the most important regulation, but also we need to consider all the regulation is fair, let's say, or umbrella, let's say. We are talking about the artificial intelligence liability directive, which is extremely important, okay, because right now it's a proposal. After maybe I can discuss a bit more, I will go into the point. So we are talking about artificial intelligence liability directive, but also there is a package that we need to consider when we are like try to understand how is the regulation in Europe. We are talking about the Digital Service Act, which already is enacted, the Digital Market Act, which already is enacted since 2022, and the Digital Governance Act that already is enacted for 2022. So, of course, also we need to talk about the GDPR. And regarding personal data, and since the majority, from my point of view, of the AI system are trained with personal data and not with synthetic data, so I think the GDPR is a regulation that is a key regulation here. So that is for now what I would like to share. I don't know if you have any question.
Thank you so much, Karen, for such informative talk. We'll move to our last speaker in this panel. That's Ms. Serena Cesario. She's the lead researcher at Turquoise Media in the UK. Ms. Serena, are you ready?
Hi, yes, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Well, hello everyone, and thank you for having me. It's a great pleasure to be here. So my name is Serena Cesario, and I'm a lead researcher at Tortoise Media, which is a slow news media company based in London in the UK. As part of the kind of ethos of Tortoise, we try to go against the fast-paced mainstream news. So really taking time to delve deep into information and delivering content that is slower but deeper and oftentimes based on data. And I'm part of the data and intelligence team. And specifically, I've been leading a really big research project called the Global AI Index. And I think I'm really, really happy to be here talking to all of you about this, because I've been finding the conversations today really insightful and interesting, because this year we're updating the index in its 5th iteration, and we are looking as to how we can include responsibility and responsible AI as part of the indicators and the measurement. So this index is a way, it was the first of its kind to launch, and it's a tool that really tries to measure the level of maturity and capacity in artificial intelligence of 60 plus countries around the world. And we use over 120 indicators looking at different areas of development, for example, investment into AI or the strength of a nation's talent pool, the quality of research, supercomputing capabilities, and the level of ambition of national strategies. And I think it's really interesting to have this conversation today because it's important that these tools that try to benchmark and try to map what is happening around the world when it comes to AI governance and AI development. It's important because it's already difficult to kind of put together these types of data and have a clear view of what is happening, considering how fast change is happening. But I think it's even more complex when we try to include a responsibility angle within this measurement exercise. I think the pitch is very clear. We've heard this many times, and all of you working in this space will know, but AI can deliver tremendous social benefits, from medical advancements to mitigating climate change and so on. But there are risks that arise from the use of AI technologies, and there's also a great sense of unease that the complexity of these technologies can produce in the wider public. And if these risks are not minimized, then public trust is undermined, which could limit adoption eventually. And the absence of cross-cutting regulation creates uncertainty and inconsistency, but it is difficult to put regulation in place for a number of different reasons. And when it comes to measuring the level of development of regulation in this space, it's equally complex because of these reasons. And obviously, we've heard a lot about the complexity in this space, but I think when we think about the difficulties, and obviously there's institutions like my colleague earlier from IEEE or the EU AI Act are incredible efforts in trying to regulate AI and bring responsibility from the conversation to the regulation and really apply it. But at the same time, the slow pace in this area, I think, can be summarized in three main points that I want to bring up today. I think number one is that it is hard to come to an international consensus when there are so many moving parts that potentially contradict themselves and which are also tied to broader cultural views, for example, how differently countries and regions think about privacy. And I think an example of this is that fairness, for example, may infringe on privacy, although they're both AI responsibility principles, because we need demographic information to ensure fair representation, but then that conflicts with privacy. That's an example of a complication in regulating this. And then I think second is that regulation needs to fill a very specific and nuanced space to avoid hampering innovation. So it needs to be proportionate to the level of maturity of AI technologies. And I think this kind of proportionality is something that the EU AI Act is picking up, or has started to pick up with the differentiation in the sort of risk-based framework. But I think there is a lot of work to be done in really kind of phasing out regulation depending on the level of maturity of technologies. And I think third is that the technologies are so fast in this type of sort of environment that the regulation is always going to be a little bit behind, and it is hard to keep up with such a fast pace of development. And I think why I'm interested in this conversation is that because from data and kind of measurement and policy analysis perspective, we've been having a lot of conversations with different experts in this to really try and come up with a framework that is as useful and as popular as the Global AI Index that we already have, but that can include this responsibility angle in a way that is helpful and comprehensive enough. And I think just to quickly maybe give some insights from the work that we've been doing, the Global AI Index has been featured already in different outlets, for example, the World Economic Forum or the Colombian government, and actually most recently this month by the UK government white paper on responsibility and AI governance. And I think because it does give this this opportunity to benchmark countries, and country can say, okay, we've come 49th on talent in the Global AI Index. Let's see how can that inform our focus on policies in this space going forward. And I think just in terms of brief numbers, global corporate investment in AI has increased from 2019 to 2020 by 40% to $67.9 billion USD. And also government focus and spending on AI has increased significantly. And the United States investment in AI has increased 17-fold between 2001 and 2019. So in 20 years, it has increased by 17 times. I think these are numbers that are useful to have an idea of how much global attention is going into this and how fast-paced the growth is, to have kind of a view of the regulation and how urgent it is for the regulation to try and keep up. And just finally, the findings from our last update of the Global AI Index revealed that total AI investment had reached 77.5 billion in 2021, and the previous record of the year before was 36 billion USD. Also, the US has benefited most from this investment, and it came number 1 in the ranking, followed by China, and the UK came third. And I think then lastly, in terms of government policies and strategies, there have been a lot of countries developing national artificial intelligence strategies, which obviously shows a clear effort from different governments around the world to push this forward in their own country. Some like Slovenia, Turkey, Ireland, Egypt, Malaysia, Brazil, etc. are some of the newest countries coming up with comprehensive strategies in this space. But at the same time, the last iteration of the index showed that most of these strategies lack public figures on government spending, which is obviously very key because it shows that there is a concrete commitment that goes beyond just a sort of policy and document type of commitment when it comes to this. So really showing that there is investment and there is a concrete effort into developing AI in the country. So finally, I just want to say that this year we have been updating it, and the launch of the 5th iteration of the index will happen at the end of June. So I urge and encourage everyone to stay tuned for that. And I would love to be able to share some updated insights when the index finally launches this year. But thank you so much for having me today and for the wonderful insights and conversations so far.
Thank you so much, Serena. Thank you for the distinguished panel. I think we went like 20 minutes over time. Do we have Q&A? Here you are. Dr. Kadili has a comment.
Thank you so much for your talk. We'd love to for you to share with us and look forward for the opportunity. All you have to do is let us know, please.
I will.
Thank you.
So thank you very much. Let's give them a hand. And we'll start our next panel in 10 minutes. Yeah. Okay. One question, which is part of the break.
I will go for 3. Just 3. Okay, thank you so much for the instructive talks. I really appreciate the way you've speak out the AI field. And I would like to know, as expert of your respective field, what are the main regulations you might not ignore to use the tech material? And the second question, I heard you a lot talking about education and its contributions on raising the awareness scale of using the AI. So again, what's the key points we should work on the most as educators? For instance, if I have to give an example, if we are talking about regulations, new laws, that is the job of laws faculties. But unfortunately, they do not have a sample of model that they will spread into their students. So yeah, that's the second one. Third one, and the last one. In many cases, I was facing, like during an interviews, conferences, I was in obligation to define what is IA in very properly way. So I was confused. As experts, I would love to hear from you what's the proper definition I could give to AI and print it in my mind forever. Thank you so much.
Okay, I will start and then I will leave the floor to my peers. The main regulation to know, I think, from an international perspective, is the UNESCO ethical recommendation, because they are at the forefront when it comes to abiding and respecting international law. And as you have seen and heard today, I think there is a big shift in the engineer community and everyone that is not a lawyer, which I am, that human rights is much more than laws. It's just a way of thinking, and everything needs to be starting from that point. It's an assumption that needs to be integrated into your problems to resolve everything. So you need to look at the UNESCO ethical recommendation, because really they do regroup a lot of international principles, which are the basis if you want to work with different states and if you want to see law not just from a regulation point of view, but as a mindset. So I would recommend that. You have to look at the EU AI Act. If you don't have time, you can wait for the final version, which is going to be adopted in a few months. And you also want to look at the National Standard Institute from the United States risk framework. I think those are the 3 main documents that you have to look, and the OCDE guidelines. So this is 4th. When it comes to how to define AI, if you look at all the texts that I mentioned and other texts, there is no clear definition of AI. So if you want to have a generic definition, you could go to the ETU, International Telecommunication Organization definition, which is quite broad and not too complicated, so everyone can understand if you go to that definition. And if you want to explain to people what is AI, I think what is best is to give examples and illustration, because AI nowadays is recovering a lot of techniques from natural language processing, from machine learning, all those kind are AI. So it's better for people to have examples. Otherwise, you go to the different text and you have definitions. And for the second question, I'm not sure I understood you correctly, so I'm not able to answer it.
Other answers from the panelists? Or do you want to clarify your second question? Not more questions, just go ahead.
Thank you so much for your answers. I would love to know you have mentioned that I should search next to UNESCO to have the information in regard of the right ways or regulations to use the technologies. I don't know if there is common regulations between all the countries, because obviously in the market context, it's not the same with others. For instance, if you have to use technology, maybe the other one we are not allowed to, or maybe it's too costly. So if only you can highlight me about the 3 or 2 most common regulations that those are I can take on consideration while using the technologies. For the second one, I was talking about education with its relation with the technologies. What are the key points as educators we should pay attention to it and take them on consideration in order to highlight our students again about the impact of the technologies? Thank you so much.
Okay, so I don't know if other panelists are still there. Okay, so yes, for the first question, I understand you that you mean that that the UNESCO ethical recommendations are too broad and do not apply to a country level. But I do think that they are being signed by a lot of countries. This is the first and only international document where all countries also coming from the continent of Africa and including Morocco sign it. You can see at their observation on the website of UNESCO, so you can have a sense of what were the comments for the specific market you are in. And then if you want to go more into how I can launch a product, how I can launch a platform, then you have to go to the different sectorial laws and regulation. And then it really depends of your type of products on your type of services. And they differ. So whether you go to Europe, whether to go to the United States, you have to know what is your problem. If it's a problem with a consumer, then you're going to have to refer to the law related to consumers in the US, in Africa, and in Europe. If it's a problem with the platform, then you have to look at the new act in the EU, but also the guidelines that have been published in the US and the one that has been developed in 2022 in the European African Union. So it really depends. If you want a global approach, then you go to the main text, which are the UNESCO ethical principles, who really regroup the vision, a worldwide vision, and then you have to look at different sectors for different products. For the second one, when it comes to education and tech, I think if you are talking about capacity building and how to make your students aware of the importance of AI and its impact, I think it's really going back to basics about what are the risks of AI and all the risks. I mean, bias, lack of transparency, discrimination, unfairness, misinformation, disinformation, and that's the fact that also there is a big myth around the fact that data is truth, which is not the case. So how they can develop knowing all those risks, a critical thinking that make them look at the data as a data. Because as you know, the data, you have to collect to collect the data a certain way. You have to be sure that your cluster of data is relevant and does represent society or a group. And then you have to analyze it and to interpret it and then to make a story about the data. So that's 5 factors that make data not objective. And especially when I would say maybe 40% of the global population still do not have access to the internet. It's still not enter into the data, and especially in the global south, when it comes to vulnerable groups, minorities, women, rural communities, and even people from the desert who do not have access to AI or do not enter the data. So when it comes to education, it's again risk. And what can I do to my students to make them aware that they have to think for themselves and not take everything for granted? So that will be my recommendation, and I'm sure my colleague, who is also a lawyer, can add a few things to the conversation.
Hi,
Thank
I
you.
don't know if I can.
So Karen, go ahead. We hear you.
Yes, I want to focus just in one of her question because I think that Virgin has explained well the question that she asked before. if it's for general information, she can reach this different kind of information in Europe, the US, and so on. Sadly, this is not like a tax regulation, that there is kind of international regulation that maybe artificial intelligence policymakers should consider, because it's extremely important even for the market, or even for people, for the protection of the people, and even for the businesses, that we can have at least something of kind of a big regulation. I mean, talking about the important small rules that can be applied for different countries. Sadly, we don't have that. But what I can suggest, since I have an entrepreneurial background, also a lawyer, but also entrepreneurial background, so I suggest you, if you are thinking about to launch a product or to create or design a product, you need to understand yourself what kind of product do you want, because when you become an entrepreneur, I think that you want to do something to impact. It's because you really want, you are passionate about that. So it's nothing regarding that I'm going to make more money. It's like about your passion, what you want to solve, right? So if you want to solve something, you have that in mind. So after to think about that, you need to think where, what kind of market do you want to reach? When you understand what kind of market you want to reach, so you have, maybe you don't going to reach all the market in the beginning, but at least you need to be focused in one market in order to design, create, and respect the regulation that right now are important in that market. So that is very basic from legal perspective and entrepreneurial background. And the other question, I think, as I told you before, and my colleague told you also, I think that since different countries, for example, Europe, US, and I can say Latin American countries, we are kind of follow more or less kind of same religious, same kind of perspective maybe, and not all the countries need to follow that or going to follow that, because that we don't have, looks like that is my previous, but I think we don't have this big regulation, right? But of course, for general information, it could be interesting to understand at least some big topics in the regulation. For example, in the US and in Europe, and I think in different countries, it's important to understand that if you develop something, you need to be sure that you are not harming someone in the society. I think that this is very important, and I think I really agree with Virgin that UNESCO guidance is extremely important, because different countries, regardless what the religious or cultural or origin, they sign that guidance. So I really think that you should read that and very focused on your market. What market do you want to reach? And in order of that, apply the information and the regulation that you need. So that will help you to don't invest a lot of time broadly in different things, just focusing one thing and go there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for our best panelist who stayed with us to the last. So we'll give you a hand again. Thank you. And we'll move soon to our second panel. So, thank you.
Okay, panelists, can you hear me?
Hey, I can hear you.
Okay, can you turn your cameras on, please, so we can see all of you guys?
Sorry, Manuel, what did you say?
Oh, you're here, so okay, great, okay. Leaving that to you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just checking. Yeah, so, okay. My camera. Okay, so I hope that I'm visible and that you can hear me. I can see Tiago, you're here. Okay. Do we have other panelists here? Not at the moment. Can you turn on the microphone, Tiago, so I can see that if I can hear you?
Hi, my friend. How are you doing?
It's
can
working.
you hear me well?
Yeah, it's working.
Nice.
I am
nice to be
physically
here.
here. Thank you, Tani.
You have some kind of echo, but I hope it will maybe get better with time. Okay, as long as we are here, I'm going also to mute myself for the next few minutes, and then when the time comes, I will then again open the video.
Should I turn off my camera also?
As you prefer. If you want, you can leave it. If you want, you can turn it off.
Thank you.
So, okay. Tiago, are you here? I have information that we can start a few minutes earlier, even before the schedule. So this is truly a hybrid event, because we are going to have the moderator, myself and Tiago, via Zoom, via the call, and we are going to have two panelists in person, which is going to be very interesting combination. So if everybody agrees, I would like to start the second panel of this conference. I'm sure that first one quite interesting. I'm very sorry that I was not able to make it, but we are going to continue with this one. So basically, as it is announced, we are going to comment on regulating artificial intelligence challenges, perspectives, but also some downsides and some benefits of it. So, of course, for the beginning, I would just like to shortly introduce for everybody present to know who are the panelists, and welcome Dr. Hussein Katani, American University of Ifrane, Kingdom of Morocco. The second one is Dr. Nilam Parmar, Dakla International Education Forum, also Kingdom of Morocco. And third currently joining us person is Dr. Tiago Felipe Avanzi, Centro de Estudo Sociedad e Tecnologia Brazil. I hope I pronounced everything correctly. Unfortunately, we had also in plan the fourth panelist, but she couldn't make it, and she gave very good reasons why not to attend. I think that basically the timing for the panel and the conference itself is perfect. Of course, we are in the field commenting the regulation, the AI governance topic for quite some time now, right? So it is not a new topic in one sense, but I would say that definitely it's not a topic that is explored enough until now. So I think that this conference is going to give a significant contribution, especially in this field. And also the second fact that is underlining the importance of the conference and the relevance of the topic is something that probably most of you and probably most of our listeners are very aware of. And this is something that popped up in the media, in the popular media in the last few days. And of course, I'm talking about the letter that was also signed by Elon Musk about a request to delay and postpone the development of artificial intelligence, at least for a few months, until everybody globally can sit at the same table and agree on how to proceed with this technology that obviously some of them are deeming quite dangerous, and I would say with good reasons. So maybe my first questions for all that are currently present here and who want to volunteer to give the answer to that is, in their opinion, if we focus on the potential benefits of the regulations, and especially if we are talking about the current regulations, we can discuss and we will discuss potential future regulations. What do you think are the current benefits and what are the current regulation, what the regulation is protecting us against? So anybody who would like to take the first chance to answer that question, you're welcome. Tiago, you're raising hand. I hope that everybody can hear us also in the audience and in the live panel. Yeah, but let's start.
Okay, can you hear me well? You mentioned that my microphone was a little strange.
We can hear you, yeah.
Nice. First of all, thanks so much, my friend Ato, for having invited me. Thanks so much for, I guess, those fantastic shares and fantastic news that you just dropped to us. I guess this is some fresh news, and I totally agree with some of your preoccupations that you just shared, and the person of Mr. Musk. I am enthusiast of technology. That's undeniable. I use technology since I don't know ever, and for the first time, I guess, I must agree at some point with Mr. Musk letter, considering this preoccupation. Listen, let me clarify this to everyone who is currently watching and listening to this panel. I'm not saying that we must hit the brake. I'm not saying that we must to, I don't know, stop everything and go back to the cave or something like that. I'm saying just we must understand what we are doing just right now, because we have a very, very potent, a very strong tool in our hands, and I mean this new generative language kind of tool as such, Chat GPT-3 and GPT-4 currently available. This is something very, very new, and we are not able, let me turn off the sound of this, we are not able, unfortunately, to know and to understand better what will be the consequences of the use of it at all. And I just mentioned this to you, my friend, because in the past few weeks or so, I am sharing some thoughts and some preoccupations considering the use of generative artificial intelligence tools as such GPT-3 site, website, on, for instance, courts across the globe. And this will be the topic of the past, I don't know, 5 or so, I don't know, less expositions of my own, and that will be also the topic of my next exposition in of a great event that we are organizing on May this year. The situation is we are willing to rely on the machine, on our artificial intelligence tool, for instance, for a judgment, or for I'm sorry, for a decision. And this is very, very difficult, raises lots of preoccupations, as I mentioned. I am sharing some preoccupations on my side, on the legal side of it, on the court side of it, but there are lots of other preoccupations. For instance, if you convince the machine for hacking something like that, and this can happen at some point, and without some safeguard systems. So, as I mentioned, for the first time, I guess, Mr. Musk did not say something that is completely wrong on the much otherwise other side. He mentioned something that must be listened to, and we must all turn on the yellow light for now, and try to guarantee some legal safeguards, to guarantee some governance safeguards in general, so we can move it on.
Okay,
One step
thank you.
at a time. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiago. I wrote few of the things and comments that I want to return back to you, but I will do it maybe a little bit later, because I have a quite inspiration from what you said and few examples. But also I would maybe like to hear first Dr. Ketani and then maybe Dr. Parmar, if they have something to add to things that you already said, with of course one additional comment that it's very interesting, because on the world level, basically you cannot find a lot of experts inside of the AI regulation field, right? So we have AI experts, we have AI ethics experts, but not a few people wear the title of regulatory experts. And this is something interesting, because most of us here, even on this conference, are commenting it from our own, let's say, experience, our own philosophies, our own practical problems that we are having, which is, I think, very valuable. But on the other hand, there's basically maybe a few people in the world who could tell something from the more expert level than we are doing it. Unfortunately, I would like and I would prefer that there are some like really trained experts in this field, but I think that they are still in the process. With that being said, yes, I would transfer the microphone, the virtual microphone, to our panelists who are sitting in person in the conference room, and to hear their opinions. So yeah, please, if you can join.
Thank you, Ako. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you for the opportunity and the invitation. I'm not as optimistic when it comes to regulations regarding AI. I think the technology is moving much faster than regulators can get prepared to do anything about it. Also, United States usually takes the lead when it comes to these things. And of course, there are many concerns from global citizens regarding the advancement in AI. And you mentioned Elon Musk and other 1,000 people who signed that letter of concern. And well, there is also, you have lawmakers who are like in Congress who are too old to understand the technology. So we remember when they were questioning Mike Zuckerberg about Facebook, how they were like, just, they don't understand how the internet works, how social networking works. So, so I think AI will do a lot, whether damage or progress, or, well, it's going to violate privacy, it's going to violate human rights, it's going to violate a lot of things, it's going to violate the norms of higher education. It's before politicians even, it's going to violate democracy itself by mingling in the voting system, which allegedly that happened in 2016 in the U.S. election.
Already.
So maybe just gonna take over the law before the law even thinks what to do with it. So I'm not that optimistic regarding regulations about AI. I also think of like when you think of AI, it's a tool. So some states would use it to police their population, and we already see it. And in such countries, there is no regard to privacy or human rights or other aspects that we may discuss academically. And AI is the world is so connected. AI connects it even more and more and more, that regulation in the United States is not going to matter much. A regulation in EU is not going to matter much, and especially if half of the population lives in India and China takes the lead in AI. So so these are just food for thought from my perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Also noted down a few things to get back later. And yeah, maybe it's time to hear from our third speaker, Dr. Parmar, please. I'm guessing that the mic is traveling physically from one person to another. We will wait for a few seconds.
There is only 2 people in the panel, so and you are so 3 of us. So I think the other one didn't join.
So we don't have the additional panelist in person there in the room.
Yeah, it's what you see there. It's on the side panel. These are the participants.
No, I don't have the visuals from the room, because I thought there's 4 of us. So there's Tiago, right? There's Dr. Ketani, right? And Dr. Parmar. So we don't have the 4th person.
She's not, no.
Okay, good. That is useful information. Then great. I can then refer to things that both of you said. So first thing that crossed my mind is few interesting facts. First of all, the question, which is usually very often asked, is what are the benefits? And it seems that when we are speaking about the regulation that we are trying to, let's say, propose or sometimes even impose, we very rarely focus, and we don't find so many benefits, but we accept the general usefulness or potential usefulness of regulation, but we slide directly to the negative and to dangers of the AI, right? So we see the problems, we are not seeing exactly what is going to be the solution, and it's very hard to express the benefits of the regulation. Connected with that, which is kind of, I would say, reflecting the real situation, is the fact that we have the letter that was signed by a bunch of experts, right? So there are a bunch of people, a lot of people who are warning about it for a certain time, and that signed the letter. It was completely out of the media, out of the consciousness of people until the moment when the richest person in the world signed it, right? So then it becomes from the marketing point of view interesting, and then we start speaking about it. So there is that fact that unfortunately, even if we are speaking about very important topic, and if experts are expressing their, I would say, kind of fears, it is not enough. It is not even close enough to get to the general population. We need somebody to back that up, and we need to connect to some, let's say, global influencer, world influencer that is going to move the things to the media, right? And again, to something that Thiago said, connected with the security, right? I was reading and potential then regulation. I was reading one article that is few days old, basically, that they gave one task to one of those large language models. I think it was GPT, and in the process he needed to log in some system in which he needed to solve this like CAPTCHA like software in which he verifies that he's human, right? So obviously the ChatGPT, the program, couldn't do it, but what was interesting that he found a solution. So he went to one of those pages that are in which you can basically rent people to do some tasks for you, and he paid the person to solve the CAPTCHA for him, right? And there is an article about it, which is like completely unexpected and crazy. So he kind of the system found the problem even to get behind the wall of confirm that you're human with doing some kind of, let's say, human task, which is interesting and putting the security risks in the completely different dimension. I would definitely agree with what you said about the technology moving too fast and being hard to control it. Yeah, I would say that in many countries you can see this unfortunate fact that a lot of older people are not understanding it, but it's not important if all people don't understand it. We have a problem in our judicial system. So we have court judges that are not understanding